What are we doing? Where are we?
Amity, Indiana.
Near a cemetery.
Yeah, the cemetery's right up the road. And technically the eclipse has started. We're at what, 5% occlusion?
Yeah, something like that. You can.
It'll be another, what, hour and a half until full occlusion? So yeah, we're gonna see what the sun looks like when the moon's in front of it. Are you gonna get a totality tan? This is the Dwarf Lab telescope. It's actually working pretty damn good. It's definitely like 5 degrees cooler than it was when we got here. Yeah. And the light looks just a little weird. What you looking at?
The eclipse.
That's weird having the glasses on because you have no visual references. So you try and look up and it's like, oh God, I'm gonna fall over.
Building.
Right?
Welcome.
Welcome!
They're opening up for us.
Yeah, I love her.
It's amazing how much faster it moves, like right at the end there.
So how much colder it is right now?
It's gonna get fucking dark here in a minute.
Wow,
It's gonna get darker. We're still not in totality. Yeah, all the building lights kicked on. That's really cool. Oh, that's so weird.
Look at that. That's so cool. Okay.
There's just a sliver. Look at this.
Oh my God, that's badass.
That's.
Look at it. You see it? Look at it.
Oh my God,
Look at
yeah.
that. Look.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh my God. Ashley, take your glasses off.
My camera's still tracking it.
Just
Holy crap.
take your glasses off and look at that.
It just went night. Oh my God.
It's amazing. This is the coolest thing I've ever
Oh
seen.
my God.
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
I mean, that's full night.
This is the coolest thing I've ever
Yes,
seen.
this is amazing.
Oh my God. This is like...
I can't even get my camera, like the telescope can't even see it. It's so dark. Look at the little edge there. There's like a bright light right at the bottom terminator. What is that?
I think that's just like literally like that's the mile that we're off. I think that's like the mile that we're off.
Yeah, I mean there's, or like a solar flare or something, but there's something sticking out right at the very bottom. That's just wild looking. People set off fireworks.
Wow.
That is so much cooler than I thought it was going to be.
So much cooler.
I mean, it feels like night. Oh, there we're starting to get a little bit more light. I can see it on the horizon lightening up. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. No, you're right. Oh yeah, but look.
You know, all the building lights turned on.
Look at the semi truck pulled over.
But you can. Oh yeah, here we go.
Here we go. Yep.
Oh look! You can actually see it right at the bottom.
Oh, neat. Yeah, neat. Wow, that's cool.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Wow.
That is one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. Holy crap.
Wow, that was...
That was surreal.
Yeah.
And then I also thought about how badly must have ancient peoples absolutely themselves.
That's all I could think right now.
Experienced that.
That's all I could think right now.
They would have thought it was the end of the world.
Okay.
10 out of 10 would view again. Holy
So wait a second, this part of the trip.
You've survived the 2024 eclipse. How do you feel?
I'm going to Disneyland.
Never been to Spain.
So yeah, the overall consensus is that was one of the coolest things we've ever seen. Oops.
It's empty.
Oh, good.
Ish.
Several days later.
All right, you're recording. You're recording. Battery pack on. What is with me and rain in Pennsylvania? I have worked my way across the United States over the last couple of days. Now I'm headed towards New York and my start, at least, of the Trans-America Trail. But yeah, basically what I'm doing is I'm going out to Liberty State Park, which is where the Statue of Liberty is, coming back and connecting to the Mid-Atlantic BDR, and following the Mid-Atlantic BDR down to Damascus, Tennessee, which is where the Trans-America Trail starts. Then following the Trans-America Trail back towards Colorado, and eventually Oregon. I'm a little early for the Trans-America Trail. Most people start in late April to May, or even into June. Or they do it late season, September-ish. Some of that's just needing to be able to do the mountain passes in Colorado while they're open. But I don't really care about doing the mountain passes in Colorado because I've done all of them. And I'm trying to make it to Giant Loop because the Tuck documentary is premiering there. So yeah, the goal today, I'm gonna get to New York, start my official, ride, and then head back towards, I can't remember the name of it now, but a town, it's the same town I stayed in when I was on the Mabder and just getting absolutely poured on. I might end up staying there 2 days because there's a storm system moving through, and so I may let the storm system clear before I head south on Mabder. I don't mind rain all that much, but I'd really rather not get snowed on. But yeah, let's just worry about getting to New York, and then we'll deal with the rest of it.
Several song-filled hours later.
I have basically never been to New York City before. I flew through the airport one time, and ironically I'm in Jersey. I'm not even in New York City, and I'm arguably not even going to go into New York City. I am not a city person. If you haven't figured that out already, I'm quite okay with being out in the middle of nowhere by myself. I am not a big fan of being in the city at any time, whether by myself or with other people. Clearly the ADV bike segment isn't real big in Jersey. I was at a gas station, had lunch. I was there for maybe 10 minutes, and 4 people stopped and asked me about the bike, asked me about the trip, asked me about what the Trans-America Trail was, like the whole deal. They were just in shock that something like that existed. I think it might have been 5 people by the time I left. It was hilarious how many people were trying to figure out what was going on with like the bike and me and all that stuff. There's New York. Only if I fall over. Have a good one. I get the feeling the Kiwi Groms got special treatment because they were able to park right over here. Here's one side of the country, and in about a month and a half it'll be the other side of the country. Granted, the Kiwi Groms had smaller bikes, so it was probably a little bit easier. They could just walk their bikes through. The start of another long journey. Here's the skyline for you. Well, I'm gonna get back to my bike and we're gonna start westward ho. At least for this hoe. Escape from New York, Coloradan edition. So here's the reality of the Trans-America Trail. Tons of people do the Trans-America Trail every single year, and very few of them ever do the same route. It's sort of like the Continental Divide Trail in that way, in that you're welcome to make it your own. Nobody's expecting you to do this exact same thing that everyone does. I had the option of doing the Trans-America Trail connector that was down south. It was basically starts in like Nags Head, North Carolina, something like that. That would have been fine. I could have totally done that. But everyone that I talked to basically said the same thing of it's all pavement, it's not particularly interesting, and there's way more interesting ways to do routes like that. And so I looked at it, and I also looked at what the Kiwi Groms did, and they did this. They started at Liberty State Park and rode basically to the Mid-Atlantic BDR and connected the Mid-Atlantic BDR to the Trans-America Trail, which is what I'm doing. And so it just gives me a little bit more interesting of a ride to get to the Trans-America Trail in Damascus, Tennessee. You know, nothing on the Mid-Atlantic BDR is particularly difficult. I'm also really pretty early in the season, so some of the stuff wouldn't be open. But I'm just going to ride to Damascus, Tennessee along the Mid-Atlantic BDR and connect from there out to Colorado. You know, there's not honestly a whole lot east of the Mississippi on the Trans-America Trail that is super interesting. I will get to do Tail of the Dragon, you know, Deal's Gap, all that. That's kind of it. There's not a whole hell of a lot else out here on the Trans-America Trail that is super, you know, fun riding or crazy or anything like that. So I'm just gonna ride and enjoy what I can, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, when it really comes down to it, the Trans-America Trail is whatever you want to make of it. And don't stress too much about what other people think. I will see you guys when I get where I'm going. So, later.
Later that same evening.
Oh my god, my butt hurts. Oh. Good evening, and welcome to my wonderful motel room in New Columbia, Pennsylvania. I have been here for 2 days, letting the rain clear because it has rained basically continuously for the last 2 days. And I will be heading out in the morning. I'm expecting cooler temperatures, but I should stay relatively dry. I'm technically just along the Mid-Atlantic BDR route until I get to Damascus, Tennessee, so that'll probably take me about 4 days. This was a good 2 days. I kind of needed it anyway because I needed to edit footage, and I got a ton done, so that was super helpful. And this is all the Pennsylvania stuff that I was in the rain for when I was coming up the Mabder. So it's beautiful and a ton of fun, and hopefully it won't be too muddy, but I'm expecting it to be pretty muddy. But that's okay. You know, I got good tires. I'll pack up all this stuff. It'll be fun, but it's not super technical riding, so it's alright. These last 2 days was super helpful. I needed to get a lot of editing done. I'm still working on this veterans documentary, and I got a ton of stuff on part 2 of it done. So part 1 of it is already ready, and then part 3 I can literally finish whenever I want to. Get stuff organized, and then I'll see you in the morning, and we'll go ride through beautiful Pennsylvania again. The nice part is this was the stuff that was basically my favorite part of Mabder, so I'm looking forward to doing this again. The southern stuff is a lot more paved, except for section 3. Hopefully it's not just a muddy mess. It very well could be, because it really has been raining basically the last 2 days. And I'll see you guys in the morning, I guess. We'll see. I've been on worse. Alright, whatever. I'll leave it alone for a minute. We're gonna get on the road, get up to where the trail is, and see what kind of condition the trail's gonna be in. I should stay dry today, though it may sprinkle on and off. But man, it's stormed like crazy for the last basically 2 days. So we're gonna get going, and I will see you once I am getting onto the dirt. It's 45 degrees, so yeah, not particularly warm, but that's okay. If I'm remembering this correctly, I basically did this in pouring rain, and I think maybe even in the dark. I believe this was also the day where I was kind of going back and forth with the dirt bike group. Probably not gonna mess with my tire pressures unless I just get into muck that I gotta take care of. I don't remember, but I don't think I lowered my tire pressures at all for Mabder. It's good to be back on the move again. And the Trans-America Trail. I know this isn't technically part of the Trans-America Trail yet, but it's my version of it. Let's see, what's changed? Really the only major change for gear is the airbag vest, which I ended up doing the Tech Air off-road. I was gonna do the Tech Air 3, and I ended up having all sorts of problems getting it. Revzilla tried to ship it, it didn't ship. It might have gotten stolen in transit, I don't know. But it never showed up, and so they ended up refunding that and having a whole debacle over all that stuff. And I just said, you know what, most of what I'm doing is off-road anyway. It'd be nice to have the user replaceable cartridges. It's been okay so far, you know. It's not as comfortable as the Super shirt, but I mean that's not that surprising. It's a completely different system. But it also hasn't been uncomfortable. It's more protective than the Tech Air 3 anyway. So we'll see. The additional riding modes will be good too, because then I have a little bit less to worry about it accidentally going off. You know, know, the Tech Air 3 only has street mode. And some people have done some pretty decent off-road stuff and not had issues, but it's more likely to go off in like a minor tip over. Like, I don't want it to go off if I just tip over. I fall over all the time. I want it to go off when I'm gonna probably hurt myself if it doesn't. Or like when I'm on the road, I want to have it on street mode, so if I get creamed by a car, I have some more protection. So, yeah. God, yeah, the roads are really in great shape. It's all that decomposed granite stuff, and so even a little bit wet, it doesn't ride like it's wet. You know, it doesn't ride like mud. It still rides basically like it's dry. 43 degrees. Pretty comfortable though. I have my insulating layer on and my rain jacket. I'm not wearing my rain pants, but that's on purpose because I'm not getting rained on. And those are kind of restrictive. I figure it'll probably take me 4 days-ish to get to Damascus, Tennessee. I am going to go down and ride Tail of the Dragon in North Carolina, because I will go right pretty close to it. Probably going to stop at the Mountain View Motorcycle Campground again, because that place was amazing. It'll be good to check in on them. He had a pretty serious motorcycle accident, so he was out of commission for most of last year, I believe, is my understanding. Let's see, what else is new? I do have a different drone. I have the Mini 3 Pro. I gave up on the Skydio. It was just too much of a hassle, and Skydio isn't supporting consumer drones basically anymore, so there was no guarantee if I broke it again that I was going to be able to get anything with it. I mean, just like last time, like, Mabder is a hard route to do drone stuff on, unless you're hand flying it, because all the trees are so tight. Not a whole lot of changes. Most of the same gear, luggage, you know, all that stuff. I'm just using the stuff that works for me, so no reason to switch it up if it works. It's nice to just see this section again, because when you're riding it in the rain, you just can't even see it. You know, you're so focused on not falling over because of the mud. You know, I had to have my visor down for a lot of this because of how much it was raining. It's beautiful back here, you know? I absolutely loved all of Pennsylvania for the riding. Like, my God, it was fun. The rest of the Mabder is, in a lot of ways, just kind of getting you to Pennsylvania, which is okay, you know? That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, that's kind of the reality of it. Like, Section 3 is pretty fun. It has a fair amount of dirt, but it's not difficult, or it's not particularly interesting dirt. You're kind of just zigzagging along the ridgeline there. Pennsylvania, you know, it's a lot of roads like this where you can really push speeds and have fun. Pleasant ride through the trees. The other reason I'm kind of trying to do this a little bit earlier in the year is I'm hoping to maybe avoid super high temperatures in Tennessee, Mississippi, Oklahoma, you know, because that's just not fun. I'm also hoping to avoid super high temperatures in Utah and Idaho, because perfectly. You're working perfectly. I could pull the well, I don't have the charging door for my 360, or I can throw my 360 up there. Oh, where am I going? Right. Whoa. That was sharper than I thought it was going to be. Alright, I'm going to crank music and just ride for a while, because it's going to be a lot of this, and you can just enjoy the scenery. I know I said this in my Mabder video, but Mabder is not a route that you could navigate with maps. There are too many turns, there's too many crossroads and other streets. You need a GPS. You will get hopelessly lost if you're trying to navigate this route with just, maps, or even a GPS that only shows you the route that you're supposed to follow and doesn't have like side roads on it. You really need a GPS that shows you surrounding roads and cross streets and things like that, because just look at it, like it's a maze of other little roads and trails and stuff. Like, you don't necessarily need turn by turn, because there's very few off-road navigation systems that will give you turn-by-turn navigation. But you've got to have one that will show you everything around you. Still can't get the rear-facing camera to cooperate. Probably gonna have to mess with it tonight. I'm actually cold. It's 46 degrees. But that's not really the problem. The problem is it's windy. Lots of logging. Holy crap. Oh, 48. Can we see 50? Southeast BDR should be released in the next about 3 years. It might be next. I don't remember, because NorCal just got released. Can't remember what's up next. But that should be an interesting one. That starts in Florida and runs all the way up to basically connect with Mabder. I mean, I would have to think there's going to be a lot of Florida sand, but other than that, I'm not really sure what the rest of the route would be like. That'll probably be a good winter-ish route. Oh, there, Bob's actually trying to make an appearance. I see 48. Holy crap. 50 would be incredible. Oh, God, yes, Bob, please. Oh, yes. Son. Gorgeous riding, my God. Come on, 50. Come on, 50. Please warm up a little bit. It does kind of feel like I'm riding in fall, and I'm not. This is spring. Can't remember if this is where that like roadside place was at, where I had lunch. If it is, I'll definitely stop there again, because that place was great. It is. Couches. Yeah, this place is great. Alright, lunchtime, and I'm gonna try and f*** up my camera and see if maybe I can get the damn thing to work.
Later.
Good lunch. Got the cameras switched because I could not get the menu to work. 30 miles to the end of the section. Then I'm into section 6, which is most of the rest of Pennsylvania. It is at least 50 degrees, so that's more tolerable than 46 or 41, which is the coldest I've seen. Yeah, because I came down the hill and I was like, oh crap. This was like one of my first introductions to Pennsylvania dirt roads. never going to ride this kind of stuff at 100% of my ability because I'm still by myself. I'm really not trying to have a major accident out here. Really, I'll probably never even ride above 70-ish%. When I'm riding with other people, I'll ride closer to, 80-90%. Because you can take more risks. Barstow to Vegas was definitely more in line with the... Oh, hi, turkeys. Or buzzards? What are you? Yeah, you're buzzards. There must be something dead right there. But LA Barstow, Vegas, I was surrounded by people. And lots of branches and trees down. I'm trying to be careful I don't catch something from the side of the road I didn't see. 57, feeling fine. Alright, I can see the battery's getting a little low on the rear facing, so it'll probably die at some point here. Stretch out. 36 miles to the end of the section. It's only what, 4:30? Yeah. So yeah, I'm probably gonna end up stopping at the end of this section just because there's no reason to keep going. I know that there's a place to stay at the end of the section because that's where I stayed last time. Alright, I'm gonna crank music and just ride, so enjoy the view.
Tomorrow.
Why do people do this? Like, this car was not here this morning when I loaded up. And then it pulls in and parks in my lap. Why? Good morning. Today should be a much more pleasant riding day. Potentially up to high 70s today. And like a 12% chance of rain. So I have the mid layer on just until it warms up or whatever. The nice thing about this mid layer is it uses, I can't remember the name of the term for it, but it's essentially the insulation is kind of a smart fabric. In cold weather it insulates more, and in hot weather it insulates less. And so even with this over top of my gear, as long as I'm moving, I can stay comfortable up into 70, 71. Oh dear. If all of my rear-facing footage from yesterday looks a little weird, it's because it actually shot in 360. I'm guessing you could probably camp back in here. I know there's there's at least one campground. I'm not sure how far back it is. It's just so hard on the East Coast to find like decent camping stuff because everything's so regulated. Then you have stuff like that where people just dump trash. Mostly just worried about finding a tree down in the middle of the trail. That's all I don't want to find. Bunk. I do wonder if I will see any motorcycles on the route. I'm gonna guess maybe not. Yeah, if you think that you could navigate this with a map, you're dreaming. You would need a full-time navigator, and you'd still get lost. I think there's a campground up here. Can't read it quite yet. Oh, hi deer. Yep, run the other way. I don't know that the camera even saw that. I saw the top of his head. That's really pretty. Stretch out just a little bit. Oh, stretch. Cow. Or I guess it's cow. Cat. Oh. See anything. Well, I turn now. Good luck, everybody else. Have free drinks. Thank you. Don't need it, but thank you. Turkeys. Hi, turkeys. Go, 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 go. Oh, and more turkeys. Hens. Can't see. Alright, we're good. My mom can do that noise really, really well. The go, 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 go. So much fun. One thing I do like about the airbag vest is it gives me all of the protection of a neck brace without having the, you know, head restriction and movement, excuse me, squirrel, of wearing the neck brace. Because when I had the neck brace, I liked it. I liked it a lot. But you would, you know, you'd constantly be finding the limits of your range of motion in just riding along. You're kind of constantly hitting it. And with this, I don't have that issue because it's not there until it deploys. But I'm glad that I have that C-spine protection if I have a really big one versus, you know, the super shirt, which is great, but I would, if I wanted that C-spine protection, I would have to wear a neck brace. Hi, ducks. I just... Oh, here's more of them. Oh, they're really pretty. Hi, guys. Geese. That was so funny back there, though, because they heard the bike and just I saw all their little heads pop up like... Beautiful flowers. God.
6.5 hours later.
Alright, I actually hit dirt. 14 miles from the end of the 100-mile diversion, or the alternate. But I finally hit dirt. It's been beautiful back here, but I mean, God, 90 miles of pavement. No. Hi, puppers. Excuse me, guys. Hi.
One eternity later.
Alright, just had lunch. That turned into a bit of a fiasco. Lily just stopped to get gas and to eat something. Was never able to use the bathroom because there was people in it the entire damn time. Ended up helping a guy who literally pulled into the gas station on his bike and got a flat tire. And yeah, we're gonna continue moving. Probably gonna turn the cameras back off because it's gonna be a lot of this for a while. So I'll see you in a bit.
Many months later.
Finally some dirt. Good Lord. Hello. Thank you. Yeah, that water's pretty high. Goes over. Hi, pretty horses. Hi. 17 miles from the end of the section. And it's not too far. far after that I get to Smoke Hole, because it's technically on section 3. It's just not very far up there. Not sure what tomorrow is going to be like, because I talked to a group of like 8 guys who came up the route, and I guess the water crossings in section 3 were pretty deep. I know there's quite a bit of water on the road right now. I'm not going to know until I get there. I should be fine, but you know, they had a bunch of people to help each other out. I'm by myself, so we'll see. I should be okay, but I may have to divert around the water crossings. We'll find out. Arrive. Smoke Hole Resort. Just getting packed up and on the way. The water is lower. It was probably a foot higher than that yesterday. So the goal will be to try and see how far I can get before the water level starts rising again. Tends to be lowest early in the morning and then rise as you get into the afternoon. Hopefully also no rain today, but we'll find out. But yeah, that's the main question today, is what are the water crossings going to be like? Because if they're really high, then I got problems. I'm gonna get packed up and see you on the trails. All right, let's get on the road. Today's gonna be interesting. Let's see what these water crossings are gonna look like. I gotta get to Brandywine first, which is 80 miles or something. And the first place I'm going through here is Seneca Rocks, which is a world famous rock climbing area. Don't remember if there's any dirt. Yeah, you can see how high the river is. Wah. I guess technically it was a goose, so it's I think this is a cattle car that I about killed myself on. Shenandoah Cooperative. Oh, that's a one. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, other than Pennsylvania, this is the most technical parts of the Mabder. How are we looking? I see rocks still, so that ain't too bad. Go first gear. Yeah, that's not even deep. A little loose in the middle there, but yeah, that was one of the things that I mentioned I was coming down the Mabder. You know, if you're doing this route and you're struggling and feeling challenged, maybe even wondering like if it's beyond your skill level, That's fine. That's the point of doing routes like this, is to challenge yourself. Before you do any other BDR, consider getting some training or just more practice with off-road riding. Even the expert sections on the Mabder are easier than a lot of the normal section routes of other BDRs, especially the Northeast BDR. The Northeast BDR is difficult. You know, if your skill level is at the point where stuff like this is challenging to you and you're feeling stressed and working hard and just, you know, maybe get some training, maybe practice a bit before you go on another BDR, because the other BDRs, basically other than Idaho, are going to be significantly more difficult than this. And even parts of Idaho are significantly more difficult than anything that's on the Mabder. The Mabder really is an introductory BDR route. It's a lot of pavement, and the dirt is very rudimentary. There are no major technical challenges on the Mabder, unless you're like just getting absolutely on by weather, and then yeah, this can become difficult. With weather, anything can become difficult. Brandywine, 4 miles.
2,000 years later.
Whoa. Alright, I'm gonna go second, and I think I'm gonna stay right on that right side. Come on. Okay, that one was deep. That might have actually gotten over the top of my boots. If you can see... Oh, that backside was deep. We're gonna go first. Oh, God, yeah. And if you were an inexperienced off-road rider, those would be super intimidating. You know, to you, that's just a river. First or second gear and stay on the gas. You don't have to go over fast, you just can't stop. As long as the bike is moving forward, it will stabilize itself. And so definitely one of those instances where when in doubt, throttle out is a better solution for water crossings. Full commitment or don't. You know, every one of those you're rolling the dice on falling over. But if you stay on the gas and keep moving, your chances of at least getting across it before you fall over are significantly more better. You know, like, you don't want to just stop in the middle and then you're just stuck there. Like, well, this is my life now. Tree down on the road. People have been jumping it, you can see. Alright, well, let's do that. Whee! Sometimes you just gotta send it. And hey, I jumped the bike and I didn't set my airbag off. It's like it works. I will admit the first probably couple of days that I was wearing this thing, every time you're moving around, you're almost like gingerly kind of moving because you're expecting at any moment to just turn into the Michelin Man. And then you get used to it of like, oh, okay, if I bend over to buckle my boot, it's not gonna pop. You know, stuff like that. So oh man, it is fun. There are a lot worse ways to spend a Monday. So one of the interesting things that I'm going to be looking at is tire life. So I had this set of tires put on when I got back to Colorado at the end of last year, and it's the dual venture front and adventure rear. And so I didn't have many miles on them at all over the winter, and then rode them out here, which was 1,700 or so. And I'm gonna see where they last till. Theoretically, given the life that I've gotten out of other sets of this combination, these might survive all the way to Oregon. I'm doing the Giant Loop Rally, and so what I'll probably do is typically Motaz or Pacific Power Sports, who's the Motaz dealer for the United States, will be there, and they'll do tires and do stuff like that. So if they survive until the Giant Loop Rally, I'll swap tires at the Giant Loop Rally. Mostly because after I finish the TAD, I'm doing the Northern California BDR, and I'm not done. I'm not just riding home, and so I need tires. It crashed. Great.
Later.
Alright, we're gonna try this again. It didn't do any damage to it. It just flipped over. Nope, it got lost again. Yeah, open terrain only. Alright, well, if you were wondering why I haven't been using the drone, there you go. The Skydio was so good at that. It just, you didn't even have any hesitation of using it and stuff like this. The problem is, well, one of the problems is they're not supporting that drone for consumers anymore. So if you break it, you're just kind of on your own. It always had problems. Like, I always struggled to get it to connect to the beacon or connect to my phone or lock onto a target or whatever. And especially after I got it replaced, after it had a motor failure that one time, that damn thing never worked right again. Whew, it's warm now. 88 according to that. There's no way that's right. Oh, yeah, that's gonna take a second. Oh, let's go see if there's anything I can do to help or not really.
A few inches later.
I was able to help out a little bit. Now I'm hot. Have a good one.
You too, Brady.
Airflow. Oh, that feels good. Straight across and down the other side. I smell smoke. That looks like a forest fire. That might be a problem. Yeah, that's forest fire smoke for sure. I mean, it's wood smoke. I know that. I smell it. But getting a miniature sunset here because of the smoke. What's going on? I gotta look at the news. That might actually affect my route. I mean, look at that. 33 miles from Warm Springs. Don't remember how far it is to Covington. I'll look here in a minute. But it's a little bit after 1 o'clock. I mean, look at the smoke. Good Lord. Do I have reception? Nope. I mean, the actual color of the light is changing because of the smoke. So yeah, I gotta get out to a paved road and figure out. I mean, that's smoke. Like, holy f***. Alright, where is this taking me? Because what I really don't want to do is end up in a fucking forest fire. Alright, well, I'm gonna road blast probably into Warm Spring, which is only 18 miles. And we'll see where I go.
1 hour later.
Good news. I'm not going to burn to death in a horrible forest fire. It's just a controlled burn. I bet a very big one. They have been burning slash piles all week. And that is what that is. And they were out of gas anyway, so doesn't matter. Oh, is that gonna be it? Damn it. It's gonna be like a 10-second thing of dirt. Well, that's not gonna work. April 15th to April 17th for the prescribed burn. Okay. I kind of wondered if that burn was on the route or not, because it sure looked close to it, at least. So I'm gonna get down here to the road, punch in Covington, and go around it.
Several bad puns later.
Alright, welcome to Covington, where everything is full, because apparently they have some kind of pipeline that's being worked on, and a couple other things that are going on, and so none of the places that I checked with had rooms. Headset's dead, so don't got music. It's 90 degrees. And yeah. Alright, well, that's what's going on. I have no idea where the dirt starts, if it starts. So I'm gonna turn these off and I'll see you probably in a couple hours. At least it's fun. Thankfully with the wind I'm starting to pull back off. That's a big bump. It's still 85. Get out of my helmet. Only one permitted at a time. We are at capacity.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow for sure.
Not going to record much longer because I just got to get there. That's really loud. Be staying at the Mountain View Motorcycle Campground tonight. It's like 10 miles off of the Tat, so it's right there. I'll start down the Tat and then pay attention to where I'm at, so that when I get close to it I'll divert off and go there. Oh, this is so pretty back here. This is one of the prettiest parts of the Mabder. I did realize the airbag vest reminds me a little bit of wearing body armor, like Kevlar and stuff when I was in the military or when I was a cop. It's not as restrictive, it's not nearly as heavy, but it just has that little bit of feeling of not being breathable that you have when you're wearing body armor. I was thinking about that yesterday and I was like, oh yeah, that's what it's really reminding me of. It's like putting on my body armor when I was in the military, just lighter. You just have that kind of a body hug feeling and you don't have a whole lot of air movement. They did change the route. I would have to look at the new versus old one to see kind of what they did. Mostly section 3, they changed some of it to make it more dirt and more interesting. I'm on the new GPS tracks, so I'm doing it. I don't remember any of the differences because it all just looks so similar. you guys doing? Hold on, I got music going and earplugs in. I can't hear a damn thing. You guys doing the BDR? All the way, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the Pennsylvania X, the new X.
Oh, nice.
How about you?
I'm coming down from New York City, so yeah, I'm connecting to the TAT, so.
Oh, really? You gonna ride all the way out?
Yep.
You hit much rain?
Not really.
Yeah.
I've had pretty good weather. It was definitely hot day before yesterday, but
We had a big shower yesterday. We weren't bad.
yeah. All right, well, take it easy, guys.
Have a good ride.
Have fun. To Damascus. Top off on gas, have lunch.
One eternity later.
Recording. Alright, we're gonna have to kind of redneck this. So I'm gonna literally run Google with directions at the same time as I run my GPS to show me the route. I'm gonna annoy the living out of Google here in a minute, because I'm going to be going every direction except for what it tells me to do. Alright, well, officially welcome to the TAT instead of the Mid-Atlantic BDR. Since the route that I was doing was kind of a connector for it, I have not actually been on the official TAT until now. The last time I'm going to say it, TAT is Trans-America Trail. But we're going to get going, and I will talk to you guys once I hit some dirt. Alright, the constant data connection lost ding may actually drive me insane before I get too very far, but we'll see. Washouts like that, they are almost always better on the uphill side. Almost always. I wonder how much overlap the southeast BDR will end up having with parts of the TAT. Because it's going to come through this same area. That one will be a really interesting route because you're going to start in Florida, where basically all of your off-road is pretty deep sand. And so I wonder what the difficulty level is going to be like compared to some of these other ones. It is funny to think that the Kiwi Groms did all this stuff on 125cc adventure bikes. Alright, Arrive. nice. Mountain View Motorcycle Campground, Elk Park, North Carolina. If you're on the Mabder, the Tat, or realistically the soon-to-be Southeast BDR, come check them out. They are doing it right.
One eternity later.
Been on the road for basically 2 hours. This is the first dirt. Just came through what was called Little Switzerland and crossed under, I believe, the Blue Ridge Parkway. But yeah, welcome to dirt finally. Looking at the map and looking at my pace, I may get to Robbinsville and the Tail of the Dragon today. In which case I will spend tomorrow there riding that. Sometimes the GPS track isn't exactly where you expect it to be. It is interesting the number of people that take small bikes on the Tat. The guys that I ran into when I was in the CDT, they were on 500s. People have done it on 125s, but it doesn't seem to have the popularity as a big bike route, which is interesting because it's more suited to being a big bike route than the BDRs are. Bridges, just kind of zigzagging along the stream here. Okay, I'm still on the route. It's just the GPS file doesn't have like 6 of the turns in there. Right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go right. Alright, back on the Blue Ridge Parkway. This is not fog. I'm riding through a cloud. That is literally what is happening right now. I am riding through a cloud. And I really can't f***ing see. Crap. And it's cold. That says 55. I feel like it's a little bit less than that now, but yeah, I'm chilly. Speed limit 25. Why? Doesn't really matter. I can't see a damn thing. There we go. Jeez. Balls. That was dark.
2 hours later.
Alright, welcome to Reams. Hit my first locked gate. I was trying to get onto a trail to leave Blue Ridge Parkway. So, followed Blue Ridge Parkway down. Ended up here. But yeah, so I'm off the route. 9 miles, something like that. Alright. I will get back to the route and I will start the cameras again once I'm actually on dirt.
6.5 hours later.
Holy crap, we got dirt finally. Good lord. Been on pavement for 120 miles. I was not expecting this much pavement. I was expecting pavement, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's, you know, you can't avoid some of that when you're out east. But since I got gas, which was 61 miles ago, I have not touched dirt until now. And I was on pavement for the 30 miles prior to that too. No idea where I'll end up today. No idea what my mileage will be for the day. You know, just kind of going for it. But I definitely will get to Tail of the Dragon tomorrow if I don't get there today. You know, I'm a ways away, but if it's just all pavement. I have a lot of times where the GPS track is not on the road that you're on, and so like missing a turn is really easy because if the road is still going in relatively the same direction, you can't tell that it started tracking the other road until you go for a minute and you're like, oh, I'm supposed to be over there, but I can't go over there. Definitely have had a few U-turns and stuff like that to try and get back onto the right track. Hi, camels. Haven't seen camel in a while. Okay, well, camels.
8 hours later.
Well, it doesn't exist, so I'm not going to do that, obviously. I'm not sure if you could see that, but there was 5-foot tall dirt mounds cutting across it where they had closed the road. So yeah, Hurricane Creek's not a thing anymore. I'm tired. I really did not sleep well last night. Oh yeah, I bet that's underwater part of the year. I still have not lowered my tire pressures. I'm not sure if I will for a while. Oh, cool. Cool bridge. I love these things.
Later, in the void.
Alright, heading into Maggie Valley. Just had my second closed road of the day with like a 30-mile diversion to get around it. It's like the route doesn't work. Like there was the road in Blue Ridge Parkway that was clearly closed, gated. You know, it might open seasonally later on, but it's closed as hell right now. There was that like expert section marked route that was very clearly not a road anymore. And then there was this where it tried to lead me up literally a private drive with all the signs and stuff saying, like, don't trust your GPS, turn around, private road, private drive, do not enter. These are ones that have clearly not been open for a significant period of time. They're not like, oops, we forgot, or hey, this one changed recently. These are clearly not roads. The stuff I'm following right now is Sam Correro's. You know, I got them from him this year. And they don't work.
By sheer coincidence.
This is the third now major diversion that I'm going to have to do to get around a f***ing closed road. Yeah, there's no way for me to reconnect to this, guys. It doesn't f***ing work. 4 closed roads on the first day. And not like closed like, oh, oops. One of those isn't a public road. one road doesn't exist and the other two are closed and locked and clearly not open. I'm only an hour from basically a Deal's Gap, you know, Tail of the Dragon, that whole thing. I'm just gonna divert to there. I'm gonna do Tail of the Dragon tomorrow. So I will see you guys in Deal's Gap. Alright, I'm gonna just ride for a while.
24 hours later.
On the way to Gap. Tail of the Dragon, whatever you want to call it. Got the bike totally empty, so it'll be nice and light. I was talking to a guy yesterday, and he was saying one, the Independence Pass in Colorado was more fun, riding over the Continental Divide. And then the other thing that he said was that he never made it to third gear. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. And tomorrow the weather is supposed to be even worse, so I may end up just having to try and get through the weather. It's gonna rain most of the afternoon and most of tomorrow, so I don't think the water crossings after Tellico Plains are even gonna be an option, because they'll just be roaring with water. So I guess we'll just talk about it now. So the Tail of the Dragon is famous for being a road where you have 300 something turns in 11 miles. So very, very twisty, you know, section of mountain roads. And so it's kind of become a famous motorcycle and car destination of just people wanting to rip this canyon road. Yeah, it's just, that's what it's known for, is 300 plus turns and 11 miles of roadway. So it's just a squiggle. Stay in your lane. Yeah. up being beautiful weather for it, so I'll take it.
Soon after.
general store.
A few moments later.
We're gonna go back the other way, because apparently there's 102 turns going the other direction. That was fun. I never saw the Carnage tree. I'm not sure where it's at. Am I still recording? Alright, well. Alright, well. Packing up. Getting stuff organized for tomorrow. I'm gonna get all this stuff packed up and get ready to go in the morning. It'll be potentially pretty rainy all day, unfortunately. We'll see, I guess. I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna download you because there's a couple of days I feel like worth of footage, and then pack while that probably works on uploading to YouTube. See you in the morning. Let's get out of Robbinsville / Tail of the Dragon. It's gonna be probably a lot like this all day, so get ready. Alright, here comes the route. We're gonna close this. So I had the realization yesterday that I was kind of letting myself fall into the negative reinforcement mindset and just kind of being really negative. I need to treat this like I'm back on the CDT and just take it one day at a time. At the end of the day, find a spot to stay, do the same thing over again. And I wasn't in a good mood. I was super tired. I barely slept the night before. And having all of these like road closures and just frustrations with bull was really getting to me. I'm in a much better mood today, so we're just gonna take this as it comes and see what happens. I have 2 GPS files on my thing for some reason. Oh, okay, because North Carolina and Tennessee have an overlap because I'm like right on the border. But yeah, we're gonna ride, we're gonna see where we end up, and I'm gonna try and be a much more pleasant person in the process. Tail of the Dragon was fun. This is the Chinogi Skyway. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Chinogi, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Tail of the Dragon was fun. I can't say that it's really anything super special. There's a lot of roads like that in the mountains. It was fun. I don't know how people crash so much, but hey, whatever. I was really happy that I was able to kind of have it to myself. It had rained that morning, and it was forecasted to rain more, and I think that scared off a lot of people until it got nice, which by then I was already getting ready to leave. So it started getting busy right as I was leaving. Saw a couple groups of like Porsches that were, 20-something cars. The motel that I was staying at, there was 2 bikers that came in late last night on dirt bikes. They're not doing the tat, they're doing like some off-road loop or something. But they didn't take any of their gear off the bike because they got in so late and all of their stuff got rummaged through. It sounds like they didn't really have anything stolen other than maybe like some sunglasses and like a pair of gloves or something like that, but all their stuff was just like strewn across the ground next to their bikes, and that's why I take all my stuff off the bike when I'm in hotels. I'm willing to leave certain things on the bike, but not much. It's like riding through a rainforest. Holy crap. If the cameras are foggy, I apologize, but so are my sunglasses. So, you're getting the full experience. says 57. I don't know which one of these I'm doing. I'm going, okay. See, like there, it's just really hard to tell which one until I look further up the road and see that it doesn't follow the upper path. I'm not sure how much the camera's gonna be able to see. I can't see shit. I might just turn them off. Yeah, there I'm actually getting rained on. Might stop and put my rain gear on.
A few inches later.
No idea if I'm gonna have audio on this. But if I don't, enjoy the view. If I do, welcome to my life. I have not actually hit any mud, so it's been fine. You know, it's kind of rocky and gravelly, so traction's been just fine. Yeah, this is a dirt road. This is quite literally the smoothest dirt. No, that's pavement. Because there was a transition there. I don't know. This is weird. I would have to literally get off the bike and like scrape my foot on the ground to figure out what this is. It's too damn smooth to be dirt. No, it is dirt. It's dirt. It's just smooth as hell. Oh, wet sheepskin. I will probably have to get my rain jacket off at some point in the next hour. It's only 54 degrees. I'm dry because the rain jacket is just cutting off all the airflow. I'm actually getting a little warm. I don't actually know that I have audio, but it wasn't super wet, so I think my microphone's probably okay. We'll find out when I get my footage downloaded tonight. The 11s have been much better about cooperating. The last 2 days of Mid-Atlantic BDR, like 3 of the days on Northeast BDR, the days where we were getting rained on pretty hard, I only have certain camera angles, and a lot of it I have no audio. The camera either wouldn't turn on, the camera would lock up, the mic adapter wouldn't work. The 9s are just glitchy. With the 11s, I'm gonna stick with the 11 until I like move to another brand of camera, probably. I've heard a lot of really good things about the Osmo Action 4. I'm nervous about the sound because the sound quality that I've seen from people's footage is not that great. And that's one of the things that I really have going with this setup is fantastic audio quality. I get why people move away from the GoPros. They can be super frustrating. I haven't really heard bad things about the 12s. The 11s and 12s have been great. I never used a 10, so I have no idea. The 9s were a hot bag of dicks, and the 8s were tolerable. But yeah, the 11s have been great. That froze up, but really what that was is that battery went dead. That was less of a freezing issue and more of a I don't have any power issue. North River Road is where we are at. Pretty sure I'm still in North Carolina. I can't see a thing. I think I'm going through a cloud again, but I'm blind as hell. It's just it's just this is all I got. Still had good traction. I have not hit any kind of like mud or, you know, slippery where I'm like, oh crap. I would love to tell you what the view is like, but I have no idea. Alright, back to riding with the touch and feel method.
2 hours later.
I'm in Tellico Plains, and I will be diverting on the road to the next town because all of this rain This is the bit outside of Tellico Plains. You have like 4 water crossings, 3 for sure, but I think 4. They get progressively deeper, and they were probably already gonna be high just because of the weather, but because of this rain, they're gonna be stupidly high, so not doing that. I would have liked to do the off-road bit. All of the stuff that I saw was just like, nah, that's a no from me, bro.
1 hour later.
Just came through Reliance, back on dirt, so we're gonna record for a little bit. I saw at least 2 people who were almost certainly on the Tat, who also were on the road instead of doing Whit Road, which is the water crossings. I also did see the river, and the river is really high right now. Could I have made it? Almost certainly. I mean, the water crossings on the Mabder were stupid high, and I still did okay. But it wasn't worth the risk, you know? I'm glad I missed it. Music's on point. Comfortable. It's a good day to be on the bike. We're gonna start the cameras because this is getting gnarly. Let's stay first gear. About 8 on a rock a second ago because it was just slippery. Yep, we're going over here. Trail's actually not too bad, but it is slippery. Coming down that would have been interesting too. Hi, tree. This isn't great, but it's not awful. It's definitely the most technical that I've seen on the Tat so far. And I've still got street pressures in my tires. So, if I wanted to really rock crawl, I could drop pressures down to 20s and I'd be doing just fine. Ooh, yeah, okay. Whoa, me. That's a hole. That was what I worry about every time I do a water crossing. It's just a hole. I'm glad I didn't do that at speed. I would have killed myself. Please don't be like the other one. I'm gonna be paranoid about that for months. This is absolutely the first part of the Tat that I would call technical. Everything else has been, you can just take it at speed and go. this has been the, you know, I think it's the first time on the tap where I've hit first gear because I needed to climb something. Back into the cloud. We're at 2635. Still climbing. Gone down a little bit, but God, this is a wild visual. Just riding into the fog. Alright, that was fun. I did not actually know that I was in Georgia until I saw a sign back there. But yeah, that was fun. That was nice little descent all the way down to the road, and it's been paved since then, basically, so whatever. Oh God, hi Widowmaker. Not today, Satan. Oh God, look at these trees. No, thank you, sir. Yike. Alright, that's covered. I'm just going to go nice and slow because these tend to be slippery. Yeah, I'm not worried about the depth of the water or anything. I'm worried about moss. Like a mountain bike race maybe or something up here. There was signs, Big Frog, Coda, something. Yeah, it's a mountain bike race. Alright, well, I'll keep an eye out for everybody then, and we'll see what happens. Oh God. God, yeah, I'm just right on the route. Big Frog 65. Alright, well, welcome to the Big Frog mountain bike race that I did not know I was going to be a part of. But I am now. Alright, well, I'm going to have to be super paranoid about staying to the right because I really don't want to hit a damn mountain biker. Be better off hugging outside, but if somebody's going really fast, yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Alright, I'm probably going to turn the cameras off for a bit and we'll see what happens. Welcome to Georgia mud. It's been, well, it hasn't been muddy yet, but it's been pretty rocky and technical in spots. Oh, Jesus. I wonder if I can get it to stay up here. I was just kind of thinking to myself, you know, I normally have a feel for what a route is meant for. LA Barstow Vegas is a dual sport route. The BDRs are adventure bike routes. Stuff like that. I have no idea what this route is designed for. It's not a touring route. It's really not a dual sport route. I mean, there's some pretty technical stuff on this, but it's a 6,000 mile route. So arguably it should be an adventure bike route, but it just isn't what it feels like, and I'm not sure why. I don't know. It would be interesting to hear what Sam's plan was with the route. Most people are riding the Tat on typically bikes not bigger than a KLR. KLR is a real popular Tat bike, and that's fine, but I mean, a KLR is a dual sport. And for the highway sections and for the straight, the just slog stuff, it seems like it would be a pain in the ass. I'm actually starting to get a little bit low on gas. I got 3 bars and then my reserve. I've gone 150 miles. I'm definitely not concerned because I've still got at least another 100 miles left on the bike. And if I need to, I can start conserving and I can get 60 something miles out of my reserve. It seems like the Tat has a little bit of an identity crisis in terms of who it's serving. I know what the BDRs are meant for. I know what LA Barstow to Vegas is meant for. I know what Tour of Idaho is meant for and stuff like that. But this one, there's no feel for how tough the trails are going to be. You just get the tracks and it's like, all right, have fun, good luck. I don't know about the identity of the Tat. It just seems a little bipolar. You're going along and doing easy paved roads and fast fire roads, and then it dumps you onto technical 2-track, and yeah, whatever. Alright, I'll catch up the road. I didn't actually expect this to be a dirt road, but okay, I'll take it. I went and got gas, had dinner, Subway, but whatever. And I'm just heading up your ways because it's only 5:35, something like that. I don't even know. Yeah, 5:15. I figured out what was going on with my throttle lock. The throttle lock is a little bit loose, but the real issue is that my entire grip is loose. So the whole thing rotated a little bit. The next day off that I take, which will be probably 2 days, I'll get some super glue, and because I gotta take my whole handlebar, I gotta take the guard off and all that stuff to move it. So lasted almost 60,000 miles, so can't really complain about the adhesive there. Took off the mid layer. It's between 65 or 70 degrees, so it's more comfortable without it at this point. And I'm not sure now. I was technically back in Tennessee. I was right along the border between both states. So I might be back in Georgia now. I think so, based on seeing Georgia Bulldogs on stuff, but who knows. Nope, that was early. Damn it, well, maybe not. That has to be it, right? There's no other bridge. Yeah, that's right. The road's going the correct direction. GPS is just a little off. Yeah, that wasn't bad. it is. Ugh. Whew. Alright, I'm gonna keep moving, and I will check in with you probably once I'm set up somewhere, whether that's camping or what, motel, whatever. So I'll see ya in a bit.
Tomorrow for sure.
It's about to be another wet day. It's supposed to rain most of the morning. It's raining right now, so I'm gonna finish getting my gear on and get going. Not sure how much off-road I will be doing, as Georgia mud is not going to be a good combination if it does rain all day. So we'll see where I get, and wherever I get today, I'll have a day off to edit footage. So it's going to be a pretty damp day. I've even got my waterproof gloves. So yeah, we're gonna go get wet. These will be interesting. These are Arrow Stitch waterproof glove covers. So I look like a Ninja Turtle. But I must stay dry, damn it. Alright, I've gone through several bands of rain. It's actually still kind of raining right now. Was that it? Yeah, it was. Okay. I am back in Tennessee, I believe. Though, to be honest, I'm not actually sure about that. But we're gonna try and follow the route, see what happens. If I hit a bunch of mud, I'll turn around. That was a pretty big cut off of it, but I mean, I was in intermittent rain, like, it would have just been miserable. I don't believe I go back into Georgia. I believe that was the only section where I'm in Georgia. But don't quote me on that, because I could be completely wrong. Oh, is that really? That's gonna be it? Okay, that was actually dumb. Alright, well, that was kind of silly. Zoom out here a little bit. I think I'm on this for a while, so. MacGyver! I found him! So, I'm technically off the route right now. Like, you see the GPS file, you see the road that I'm on. I am not actually on the route. Here's the problem. There's no trail where the route is. Where I left the main road, it looked like it followed somebody's driveway up onto their property, and I just crossed it a minute ago, and there was nothing there. So it's another instance where the route's just wrong. I don't know what the solution is, but like, I've had bad route information every single day, generally more than once a day. And let's see where it says this trail is that I'm supposed to be following. It's supposed to be right there. Yeah. Your guess is as good as mine on that one, guys. Not super impressed so far with the Trans-America Trail, unfortunately. It's been like this basically every single day. Alright, just got back onto the route. I diverted to go into Fayetteville, Tennessee for lunch. It's sunny, which is nice. It's only 55 degrees, which is why I still have the rain jacket on, because it's doing its work as a wind jacket right now. Pretty boring day overall. I have had really like no dirt, just still making miles and miles of miles and miles. I'm gonna continue up here, try not to freeze to death. I've actually had my heated grips on most of this time. We'll see where I end up. If I hit anything interesting, I will be back. Just got onto dirt, a couple of little creek crossings. Through one a second ago, a little too fast. So now I'm wet in addition to being cold. That's gonna be a great combination. And I guess that was the end of the dirt. God damn. Alright, whatever. It's like the second time today I've been in dirt, so screw it. God, back to pavement. Been on the tat all day. I've done 200 something miles, I've done 200 miles, 188 since I got gas. And I've touched dirt, I think, twice. And I've spent basically more time going north-south than I have east-west. But I am quite literally just going to navigate to the Arkansas portions of the tat and reconnect there, because this has been ridiculous. So I'm gonna get to, I got 126 miles to where I'm gonna stay for tomorrow, and then I'll figure out how I'm gonna get down to Arkansas. Like, it would be one thing if it was dirt roads and you were kind of just having to zigzag a little bit to stay on dirt roads, but I'm zigzagging all over the place and I haven't touched a damn dirt road. It's all paved. It's not even interesting roads.
The next day.
Let's get out of Tennessee, get down to Arkansas. I did look at the TAT map, and basically what I did the other day was probably the most zigzaggy of all of it. But yeah, that was super frustrating. The mighty Mississippi. God damn. Just beating the crap out of me with the wind. And welcome to Arkansas and reconnecting with the TAT. And saying goodbye to the Appalachian Mountains. Won't be seeing them again. Alright. Oh yeah, ABS. That would help. Yeah, this is gonna be the next couple hundred miles, basically. It's gonna look a lot like this.
Several bad puns later.
First official tat stop. He's been doing that for about 10 years, he said. Signed the book, gave him a sticker. I've actually seen 2 cottonmouths already crossing the road. One was a very angry nope rope. The other one I didn't even realize it was a snake until I was past it. Cottonmouths are nasty, man. They are mean. I dealt with them in Louisiana. They will chase your ass. I'm wandering around trying to find a way across that because the route is just like jump it. So I'm gonna have to backtrack and go up onto the highway and cross over that way because that does not exist. That's not a thing. There's no bridge there. Like literally the route GPS file says go over that berm where there's a river. Alright, well, getting out of Clarendon, back onto the route here in a little bit, and then I will check in with you once I maybe hit some more dirt. Crossing the road. I am going to check messages real quick and see if that was Glenn. That was the Atlas throttle lock folks, letting them know that they've shipped me a new throttle lock to replace the one that I finally broke. It only took 3 years and a stupid amount of miles. And once again, why is it on the route? It's clearly been closed for a while. God, this is frustrating. Let's see, I'm gonna be going, okay, I see an exit up here, so I'll exit there, turn, reconnect. Thanks, Sam. And lots of dogs. I think I've been chased by more dogs today than I have on pretty much anything other than the Mavder. This is what pretty much the entire day has been. It's this loose gravel stuff. So yeah, it's just been a bunch of this. I think I'm only 79 miles from the end of Arkansas, so... unsafe when underwater. I feel like that's most roads, but maybe it's just me. Oh, that was a little bit of air. Alright, popping out onto a big road. Later. That's gonna have my skin crawling all day. I found not one, but 2 ticks on my luggage this morning. which doesn't make a whole lot of sense because I was never like in brush. So I would love to know how I picked those up, but also yuck. So yeah, if you see me doing the funky chicken, try to not have ticks. Ugh. Today may end up being a bit of a run for it day. A significant weather system is moving in tomorrow, bringing hail, heavy rain, and potentially tornadoes. So I may not be going anywhere tomorrow, but I also got to see where the hell I'm going to end up today because it could move in early, and I'm moving towards the storm system. So I don't know what's going to happen today. 5.7 miles, Arkansas switchbacks. Wonder what that's going to be. Beautiful morning at least. 65-ish. Pretty humid, but I mean it's Arkansas. What do you expect? I'd kind of like to see a live armadillo or possum. I mean, they're nocturnal, so the chances of me seeing one out is really small, but I think the last time I saw possums when I was in Louisiana. I don't remember if I ever saw well, yeah, I saw armadillos, but they were usually like at the edge of the road, and you'd just see them like, and they'd be gone. Hi guys, you're okay, you're okay. Hey, that's not nice. I'm nice, why can't you be nice? Yeah, people kind of forget that the western part of Arkansas has some pretty good rocky features to it, you know. It's not mountains, but they're more than hills. Surprised these are even noted on the map. I mean, half of the turns in North Carolina were tighter, including the off-road stuff. Okay. The Arkansas switchbacks. There may be a road closure. Apparently there's been a sign on the road for years that the road's closed 5 miles ahead or whatever, and they just haven't taken the sign down. But now apparently maybe there's a tree down. Oh yeah, let's talk about, okay, so Sam Correro, he created the TAT 20 something years ago using paper maps. He traced out a path and then rode it across the country. He created the route and then basically started selling it, selling maps, selling roll charts. Like that's how you originally did it, was a roll chart that had your turns and your mileage on it. GPS Kevin has a really controversial place in adventure motorcycling because he hasn't generated any of his own routes. Sometime in probably 2010s-ish, he took an old GPS file from Sam's tracks and modified a couple of small bits of it, added what he thought were some harder routes, some information on some easier workarounds and stuff, and began selling that as the TAT. Selling maps, selling GPS files, the whole deal. It is literally stolen intellectual property from the route that Sam created. Right, wrong, or indifferent, whatever complaints you have about the TAT, whatever, GPS Kevin has never ridden it. He's gotten advice from people on things that didn't work and whatever, but like it doesn't work in a lot of areas. It goes through private property. They've had complaints from people. People have put up gates. People have had confrontations with guns on GPS Kevin's route because he's cutting people through like folks' backyards. that's the main reason why GPS Kevin is so controversial. His other routes are not his, but they weren't routes that people were selling. So like the Continental Divide route, GPS Kevin did not create that route. That route was created as a copy of the Great Divide mountain bike route that mountain bikers race every year. And a guy on ADV Rider named Cannon Shot and another guy named Big Dog loosely followed that and kind of created their own versions of it and stuff. And GPS Kevin just ripped off their GPS files and began selling it. You can't really say that it was their route because Cannon Shot and Big Dog followed other GPS files and other routes that already existed, and they weren't selling those GPS files. Cannon Shot's GPS files for the Great Divide route are still available free online. You can get them easily. You don't have to buy GPS Kevin's Continental Divide route. There's no reason to. When I created my Hardway route, I had Cannon Shot's tracks, I had Big Dog's tracks, I had some of GPS Kevin's tracks, and I also had tracks from a guy in New Mexico who had tried to follow the Continental Divide as closely as possible on a dirt bike, which is why my Continental Divide hard route GPS files are available for free on my link tree. Like, you can download them, whatever. But the point is, now GPS Kevin did actually ride the Continental Divide. He did a guided tour. You know, they did certain things. So like his regular Continental Divide route, which is the Cannon Shot copy, works. He created something a couple of years later called the International Continental Divide. That shit doesn't work at all. A couple of the areas I was in New Mexico and a couple of the areas I was in Colorado, I ended up on those tracks just because those are the only roads that go through there. Basically, all of my turnarounds on that route or locked gates that I hit were on his tracks. He has a backcountry adventure loop, or I don't actually remember what he calls them, but they're literally just the BDR, like the Colorado Adventure Loop or something like that, is the middle probably 5 sections of the Colorado BDR, along with a loop that goes back down towards like Grand Junction and stuff. Maybe works. I have no idea. I'd have to look at it closer, but he created that on a computer after copying the BDR tracks and now sells that. I don't like him. I don't like the business model. You know, he is ripping off other people's intellectual property and hard work and selling GPS tracks that are, for the most part, available for free online. The BDRs are free. The Continental Divide tracks are free. You know, the only example of it that I know of where he's just straight up ripped off somebody's work is the Tat and Sam. Like, he shouldn't be selling those tracks because that's Sam's property. He created this route. I got my GPS files from Sam. I paid for them. That's why you will pretty much never hear me refer to anything GPS Kevin related in a positive light. I've never really experienced one of his routes that work. That's going to be my rant on that. You know, I've had issues with this route. I'm not a huge fan of the way Sam put these together. If I was following GPS Kevin's, it'd probably be worse. Don't support theft. Don't support the theft of intellectual property. Don't support the theft of other people's hard work. I will never charge for my GPS tracks, but I will also never give out other people's GPS tracks that they are working on. Like, I'm not going to give somebody the Tat tracks because, you know, it's not my property. Just a little turtle. Just a little turtle. Can I pick you up and not have you bite me? I'm just gonna move you, okay? Don't bite me, please. There you go. There you go, little guy. Alright, bye, little turtle. Weather's been perfect, so if it stays like this, I'm just gonna keep pushing, see how far I can get, so that I don't get slammed tomorrow. Yeah, there you go. There's Oklahoma for you. That's really pretty, wow. Just verdant green. Alright, this is the one where supposedly there might be a tree down. It has a road closed sign, but apparently that road closed sign has been there for like 3 years. Even though the road's not closed. Had lunch at the OARC Cafe. The place was busier than I expected, especially for a Wednesday. It's cool. Oh, butterfly. Where did you go? Alright, well, I think I'm going to make it through. All indications are that it's not blocked, so obviously the other road was, but that's not my route, so I don't care. War Loop Road, okay. So that says dead end, and it says careful here. So we're going to record, just because I don't understand what the deal is. I think this might get a little more technical. Or end at someone's house. Alright, just ducking tree branches. Most technical part of Arkansas that I've seen so far. Yeah, okay. We're gonna get a little technical. Now, if this doesn't go through, I'm gonna be pissed. Because then I gotta come back up all this. Coming up that wouldn't be fun. Oof. Reminds me of the Northeast BDR. and then it goes right back to normal roads. So that was like a mile of the roughest stuff that's been on the route, and then you just keep right on going. Yeah, going up that would not be a ton of fun at all. Alright, just got gas in Alma, Arkansas. Heading back to the route. Weather update. The weather is supposed to get meh tomorrow and then be bad on Friday. The plan right now is to continue to press tomorrow. If I end up on paved roads tomorrow because of weather, that's not that big of a deal. Yep, gonna keep going, see where I get today, and then see where I get tomorrow. Tomorrow may be a bit of a short day, especially if the weather's just crappy. I'm definitely not going to ride off-road if it is raining, because both Arkansas and Oklahoma get super sketchy if it's muddy. I think what I may have done is I may have kind of gotten under the storm, because a little while ago I got a view to my east and the clouds looked pretty gnarly, so I might have kind of cut underneath it and then it started storming behind me. Recording, got a little water crossing. Looks like it's about the same depth the whole way across, so I'm just gonna go kind of right up the left side here. Yep. Cool. Didn't expect that. Oh god, the washboard has just been out of control. Yeah. Oh, it's the first time I've opened up from the trees in several hours. It's just been tree tunnel the whole time. Oh. I love this bike. I really love this bike. Basically 57,000 miles. And it just does it all, man. Maybe? I'm not sure. Oh, guys, come on. You don't gotta chase me. You're fine, buddy. You're fine. Those were livestock guardians. They like to use like Anatoly shepherds and super smart animals. They recognize all the people who are supposed to be there, and they're purely guard animals for livestock. They're not herding animals. Yeah, there's chickens. Okay. They don't herd anything. They don't, they don't do anything except protect the livestock from other stuff. And they do a great job at it. Ooh, that's 6th gear. Let's not do that. Chickens. I gotta look at, is like Tyson's out here? What's in Arkansas that does all the chickens? That's like the 4th chicken farm that I've seen in just today. So like in the last 4 hours I've seen at least 4 chicken farms. And they were separate operations. Oh god. Really, guys? That was like friggin' 9 of them. That's not okay, guys. But yeah, I'll get out here to the border and just hit Google. Follow that. Alright, I will see you probably in the hotel room. It's gonna be a rainy day. Today's gonna be a full highway day. because I'm probably going to be riding into thunderstorms. I am not going to go very far. I'm just gonna go, it's like 130 miles or something, and probably gonna stay there for 2 nights because tomorrow's supposed to be even worse. I'm gonna get packed up, get all my rain gear on, and we're gonna hit the road, but this is gonna be a wet slog. So I'll see you on the road. So likely won't film too much. It's gonna be a lot of this. I'm not doing interstates and stuff. I'm doing back roads to at least keep it more interesting. So I will check in with you when I have something to update you with. Alright, I'm about 40 miles from where I'm probably gonna call it today. The clouds are very ominous, but I've actually stayed dry so far. I have not gotten rained on. The Tat's actually just over here. Yeah, we're gonna be knocking it off in Bartlesville. Look at that. It's not bad behind me, but it's bad on every other side in front of me. Miss my throttle lock. I miss it. And I'm gonna see whether or not when I get over here, if they will allow me to leave the bike somewhere that is at least hopefully semi-protected from conditions, because it's gonna be interesting. So I'm basically due north of Tulsa. Welcome home for the next 2 nights, and hopefully not a tornado. But we'll find out. Welcome to wonderful Bartlesville. I've been here for a day while I let weather clear and edited footage. It stormed kind of off and on throughout the day, but apparently it's going to start up again pretty much any minute, which is funny because right now outside it's actually pretty beautiful. Tomorrow morning's supposed to be kind of okay, so I'm going to head out and see how far I can get. It does sound like I will not be able to do any off-road. I walked through the grass earlier when I went and got food, and it's just saturated, so dirt ain't happening. I will bury a bike if I try it. So pretty much all of central Oklahoma, Texas, up to Kansas and all that is just going to get slammed. I'm technically actually under a tornado watch right now until 9 p.m., but it's the best it's looked all day, so I'm not too worried about it. Got a ton done. Mostly it was just editing. We will see what tomorrow looks like. I'm going to have the rain gear out, and it's probably going to be another one of those days. So I will see you in the morning, and we will see what Oklahoma has in store.
Eventually.
That's much more comfortable. Good Lord. Somewhat ominous, although honestly it was worse the other day. But yeah, no weather. So I'm just gonna keep going. And if I run into stuff, I run into stuff. I will say this is perfect tornado weather. High winds, high ground temps. You know, as the afternoon develops, it will become significantly more risky. Horses. Oh, hey guys, you're all up against the fence. I wish I had treats for you, but I don't. And it's not a really good idea to feed other people's horses. Oh, bye. Okay. I wasn't gonna do anything to you. Is this a water crossing? Oh, it is. It's a little one, but I didn't expect that. God, I can't see it at all. Alright, well, we're going there. The reflections off of the water make it so difficult. It's like, Could be a foot deep, could be a hole, you know. Good luck. Good news is I have not seen a single lightning strike, and really, I mean, I haven't even had a drop of rain. From my parents because they're watching my tracker, and to my south, I didn't say how far, there was a tornado warning. The good news is I'm heading west at 50 miles an hour and I can see everything to my south, so the only concern would be something to my southwest. But yeah, we're gonna press because I can see the storm, I can see the weather, and if I can get ahead of it, stay ahead of it, I'll be good. It's 75 degrees on the ground. Like, that's the perfect breeding ground for tornadoes, because you have this warm ground providing updrafts and super strong winds to get stuff spinning. This would be cool to fly the drone, but there's absolutely no way. That sucker'd be in Kansas. Jesus, that's a big boy. I think I'm largely in the clear, so I will check in with you later. Alright, so I briefly bailed, got gas, took a pretty long break because there was a storm cell moving through. I'm now on the road and running west just as fast as I can. I'm going to probably go through another storm cell here shortly, so I'm just going to try and get through this as well as I can, and we'll see you at some point when I figure out what the hell's going on.
20 minutes later.
I am currently running due south just as fast as I can. I'm trying to get around to the south end of this storm. Sorry if you can't hear, it's super windy. But yeah, I'm going to try and kind of get down and loop around the south end of this storm. So I'm just hauling ass south as fast as I can get there to get away from the leading edge of the storm. Okay, I'm coming up on a paved road here. I'm going to turn on it and follow it west, because most of this storm is actually now north of me and moving north quite fast, so that's fine. Yeah, behind me looks friggin' gnarly. I'm just looking at my mirror like, oh, I was seeing lightning to my west when I was still up on the other road. That was not encouraging. So I have not seen anything from this cell off to my right. We're just gonna ride like hell. See if I can get around the storm system. Alright, we're making a run for Enid, and then I'm probably calling it for the day. I got nothing but storm cells in front of me. Radar map is just showing a wall, and I'm starting to see lightning all along my horizon, so I'm just shooting south. I'm gonna get into Enid and knock it off for the day. I mean, I made it 150 miles or something. But yeah, the weather is just gnarly right now and super unpredictable. We're gonna get down here and hide.
Tomorrow.
Nice balmy 60 degrees, and the weather's supposed to be a lot nicer today. So yeah, we're gonna get going and get back up towards the route. I'm gonna miss a big section of it, but honestly there was not really much I could do about that. It was significant thunderstorms, tornado warnings popping up here and there. I was under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. or something, and it stormed most of the night. You can see everything's kind of still wet. Alright, we're gonna give this a try. I should discover pretty damn quick whether this is even gonna be an option or not. This is what I'm out here to do. No reason to not at least try. An open range sign back there a little ways, so I do gotta watch the cows going on these hills. Bob's doing his best to make an appearance. He would be greatly appreciated at this point. Still haven't broke 60 degrees. That'll work, number 750. Have a good day. Bye. Got more little ones on the road. Where are you gonna run? Okay. Turn. There you go. Thank you. Two-track. Okay. I'm still on the path. See, this is what's so weird about the TAT. I mean, I have literally been going 50 miles an hour the entire day. And then all of a sudden, it dumps you onto something like this. So I could... Oh, like, that's really sandy. Come on. Oh, come on. Nope. really sandy. Yeah, it's cows. They just plow all this up. Is this closed or open? This is open, okay. Just want to make sure. And then it looks like we're gonna widen out and go right back to pretty nice roads. Yep. Welcome to the Tat. Thanks, Sam. Oh, God. Hello, ladies. Oh, longhorns. Hi. That was a horseshoe. Hold on. It is. You're mine now, buddy. That's cool. All right, another example of thanks, Sam. I'm supposed to go that way across a field. I'll continue up this and see where I end up. This is rutted and loose as hell, so I might be going slow here for a second. Like, forget anything else. It's not a trail. It's not a road anymore. It's nothing. I'm like 27 miles if I just went straight line to Boise City, which is where I'm going to stay tonight. I just had another closed, non-existent road that it wanted me to turn down, so I'm paralleling it. It's off over here. And we're going to reconnect to the route up here. I'm kind of just zigzagging down these farm roads towards Boise City. I'm getting really tired of this. It's kind of nuts. Like, the route doesn't work. The East Coast portions are just awful. They're like, there is no redeeming quality to starting the Tat east of the Mississippi. So far, the problems that I've been having on the route have continued. Like, at least I'm on dirt. 90% on dirt roads. Dude, this is a 70-30 route, like, at best. Let's just be honest about it. And east of the Mississippi, it's like a 90-10 paved route. Hello from the Longhorn Motel in Boise City, Oklahoma. I'm pretty much right at the tip of the panhandle. Not the best place I've stayed in. Definitely have paid more for worse. So I'm not complaining. Got footage downloaded. Working on getting everything charged. I did 350 miles today. So I'll film tomorrow until I get to basically Trinidad. And then it'll just be a highway blast from there up I-25. It'll be a fairly short filming day, but it'll be 250 or 300 miles of riding. We're going to do that and then have about 2 weeks off. Yay. Let's get into Colorado. I'm exactly at 58,000 miles. Alright, heated grips on. It's like 45 degrees. Welcome to New Mexico / Colorado. Gonna be a lot more wearing my mid layer. It snowed in Denver 2 days ago. So, yeah. This is actually paved for now. Alright, I'm just gonna listen to music and ride, so we'll see what the view looks like. I'm probably just gonna record all the way to Trinidad. So if you don't understand why I'm skipping the Colorado section, it's twofold. One, I've ridden it all already, so it doesn't, like, whatever, I can go ride it later on if I feel like it. And two, none of it's open yet. Like I said, it snowed in Colorado Springs 2 days ago. All the mountain passes are closed, at least for the off-road stuff. You know, they plow the main roads. Even in 2 weeks, like, they're not going to be open yet. There's no point in even trying to do the tap route through the Rockies, because I'm just going to be hitting snow. Yeah. Welcome to the Oklahoma-New Mexico border. Alright, welcome to New Mexico. Over here. Run to mom. Run to mom. There we go. Alright, get out of the way, guys. I'm not trying to start a stampede, guys. I need you to turn. 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 Thank you. Okay, I don't care where you go, but I need you to move. God. Just the dumbest hunks of on the planet. Biggest thing you gotta remember out here is leave gates the way you find them. If they're open, leave them open. If they're closed, close them behind you. Antelope. Hi guys. Speed goats. Bye guys. And they're gone. Later. There's a whole bunch of them. There's probably 30 of them. You're all over the crest of the hill. Holy crap, I am falling asleep. I was planning on stopping in Trinidad anyway, but I definitely gotta stop. I am, Trinidad's we see in the valley in front of me. And the first gas station I see, I'm stopping. I'll get gas, I don't really need it that much. I gotta get caffeine, man. I'm dying. We're gonna get in here to town, get that stuff, take a good break. Probably just eat lunch anyway, because why not? And then get up to Monument. So the next time I talk to you will either be in Monument while I'm working on editing footage, or once I am on the way to Utah. Alright. Talk to you maybe in a couple weeks. I have no idea how well you're going to be able to hear me because I'm doing 80. Alright, that's probably better. Welcome to Walsenburg, and where I'm reconnecting to the Colorado Tat. Cutting off here and then heading west until I reconnect with the route, which is in maybe 10 or 15 miles, I'm not actually sure. The goal for today is somewhere around Sargent's, and then somewhere pretty near the finish tomorrow. Using the new cameras, so this will be the only section of the TAT where I have the new cameras instead of the old ones. Get up here and get reconnected with the route and just ride. The nice thing is I don't gotta worry about how fast or slow I'm going, I just gotta ride. It's a little windy. Welcome to the Spanish Peaks of Colorado. I've ridden through this area many times. I don't know that I have any real videos from it though. My CDT video is probably the closest I've come to having video from riding through here. Salida, 168 miles. I still kind of feel like Sargent's is going to be the better option, but I guess we'll figure it out when I get there. But yeah, welcome back to the TAT. Let's see what changed. Mostly the big thing was the cameras. I did start using, so I got the Alpine Panniers from Moscow Moto. I think I got them yesterday, and so this is the first chance I've had to really test them. I'm liking them so far though. They are slightly larger than the Scout Panniers that I had. I think they're like 5 liters bigger, but they're several pounds lighter, which is kind of interesting. So they're bigger, but they're lighter. And they're just a soft pannier, but the biggest thing is they don't have the little saddlebag holster thing that the Scout Panniers had. They just bolt directly onto they strap onto your pannier rack. Yeah, well, we're going to try those out. I am liking that they're a little bit bigger because I was able to actually move some stuff from my tail bag to my saddlebags, so I've gotten weight even lower on the bike. I'm not carrying as much stuff as I normally do for longer trips because I'm only out for 4 days, but I'm also not, minimalist right now. I have all the same stuff that I normally carry. I just have, slightly less things that I know I'm not going to need for only 4 days. And the biggest thing is it'll be the first time I'm testing out the new camera setups. So this will be the only video in the TAT series where I have the new cameras. Hopefully they work pretty well. You're getting nothing but the cinematic. It's because my sound sucked. I apologize.
margins were somewhere nearby there. Salida, 168 miles wouldn't be bad. And then I'm just gonna ride. You know, the nice thing is I don't have a giant loop or anything like that I gotta worry about getting to or something on a specific date. I just have to be back by Friday for my VA appointment, and that's easy. So I'm just gonna ride, see where I get. This is basically the hardest part of the TAT. It's the most technical part of the TAT. This is all stuff I've ridden before, you know, it's the Alpine Loop, it's all that stuff. So for me, that's not going to be much of a switch. I've done all this already once, twice, a couple times. But it's worth it to kind of show you what the TAT looks like in Colorado. It's the only part of it that I would probably agree with, that if you were doing it on a dual sport, it wouldn't be a bad idea. But even that's, you know, there's 70 or 80 miles of it that is particularly technical. The rest of it is a lot of this stuff. The Alpine Loop's definitely not easy. It's all steep. It's all quite a lot of exposure. And it's very rocky. It's definitely one of those ones where if you get it wrong, the consequences can be significant. It'll be interesting to see if my GPS glitches. It's done it twice now on the way down here, but it's like all of a sudden it just loses its fix and thinks that it's in a different state. Because it'll just all of a sudden scroll wildly fast somewhere else and then come back and then go again. Like, it's all of it, and then it stabilizes again and it's totally fine. It's done it twice and it's really weird, but it self-corrects in, you know, 15 seconds. So it's not really a big deal, but it's definitely like, what the hell is going on? So I'll release these videos at the end when I edit everything else. But when I do the movie, the feature-length version of the TAT, I will drop them in the middle. So if you're watching the full-length version of the TAT, don't get confused. This is what I did last, because the Colorado stuff wasn't open in April, May when I came through the first time. So it's middle of August now and everything's open. So that's why. So Great Sand Dunes National Park is basically off to my left, kind of on the over here. It's actually kind of over there. But I'm going to go up along these mountains on the east side. Great Sand Dunes is neat, but man, it is in the middle of nowhere. You really got to try to get to Great Sand Dunes. If you have the opportunity to go see it once, definitely go. Be ready to walk, because everything in that park is a long walk from everything. But it is really neat. I did get new chain and sprockets put on the bike. That was by Apex down in Colorado Springs. I love them. They take great care of me. I found out, ironically, they actually know my bike because of how many miles that I put on it. It's on a little bit over 65,000 miles now. So the technicians and stuff there know my bike because nobody else has a T7 with as many miles on it as mine. So I thought that was pretty funny. And I should expect basically afternoon thunderstorms probably every day. We're in that monsoon period where we just kind of get rain on just about every afternoon. But yeah, this should be the most sustained technical portions of the TAT. All the rest of it was pretty simple. The sand in Oregon was probably the only other real hard part. The stuff in Georgia and all that was just fun. That wasn't really difficult. It was fun. It was muddy, but it was fun. Yeah, I gotta see what I'm gonna try and do about the winter and then next summer. You know, I have a lot of editing to do, which is going to take me into the winter, I would imagine. But after that, I just don't know. Also taking it a little bit easy just because I haven't been riding very much, because I've been editing. rusty to screw me up. See there, the GPS just glitched. So it's wandering all over the place, and then it'll lock back on. There it goes. God, that's weird. I just wonder why it's doing that. But yeah, you can see just how bad this would be if you came through when it was wet. It's a hell no. I think this is the area where Brock Moto Mission, they got back here a ways and had to turn around. Because yeah, they were getting rained on. It was just a muddy mess. Sometimes you just have to have a good feel for your limitations and know when it's not good. There is nothing wrong with saying, nope, I'm not doing this. Challenge is one thing. I mean, we should all seek to challenge ourselves, do all of that. But there's also a point where safety becomes an issue. You don't want to be doing it where it's actually dangerous. Oh, the TAC group is so funny on Facebook. I ended up just leaving it because it was just getting ridiculous. There was somebody on there telling me that you can't take a bike bigger than a 500 on it, you won't make it. There's a guy arguing with people about difficulty levels of various areas, and he had only gotten his maps like the week before. So he'd never ridden any part of the TAT, and he's trying to sit there and tell people what to do and how to ride it and all this stuff. It's just like, man, I say it all the time, but everybody is an expert on the internet, and it just gets so frustrating sometimes. That's why I left ADV Rider after they got sold. The level of bull to valuable information just flipped. All of a sudden it was almost all bull and very little valuable information, or even accurate information. It became a completely worthless resource very quickly, which is really sad because ADV Rider was one of the best places to get information for the longest time. I mean, it's where I got a ton of my information for stuff to work on the 690, for routes, for, just networking. And it was just so sad to see it completely to bed. Like the final straw for me on ADV Rider was a guy literally lied about the length of one of the BDRs. I called him on it. It's like, I've ridden the thing, dude. I know that it's true. It's not what you are saying it is. He basically just tried to suggest that I was intentionally trying to deceive people and blew me off. It's like, I don't need this. I'll swap my battery packs out, I guess, in Salida. The problem is Colorado has a Salina and a Salida. There's also a Salina, Kansas. I'm still recording. Yeah, DJI, if you see this or hear about this, please make a way for the light to be brighter. It's really hard to see. See the storm clouds starting to build. Thankfully to my west I'm still clear, so in Colorado all that really matters is what is the weather to your west. More cows. Don't make eye contact, don't make eye contact, don't make eye contact. Their vision's tied to movement. They can't see us if we don't move. Liking that from what I can tell, the Osmo is really good about pulling power from the battery pack. It understands when it's plugged in, and it doesn't, you know, the GoPros sometimes, I would have to constantly kind of reach back and turn the battery pack on so that the GoPro would recognize that it has a power source plugged in, and I haven't really had to do this. It's kind of a habit now with that I've developed, but the DJI seems to just recognize when it has power and draws from that until it can't anymore. So, yeah, I'm liking the Osmo. Ooh, there my GPS just glitched. So what? So it's scrolling madly. It still says that it has, 10 feet of accuracy. Still there with lockdown. That's so weird. God, it is beautiful though. I love Colorado. Oregon and Idaho have really kind of been the only places that I've looked at where it's like, you know what, I could live here. But there is just something about home. Wish I could get like a motorcycle company or somebody to give me a job where I could do stuff. Yamaha, hire me, let me do social media for you or something. Chase your race team around. I don't care. Like, come on. Hey, Norley. I'm not a creep. I actually promise. I think we'd get along great. I'd love to meet her. Just, she seems like such a nice person. It'd be really cool to just get to talk to her and pick her brain about traveling internationally and all that. Like, God, that'd be cool. They have those gates like that because they'll do cattle drives along the road, and so they need to open the gate to allow the cattle to go through. Let's see, I've been on a bike probably 2 or 3 times where I've basically run into a cattle drive. You pretty much just have to pull over and wait. That's the best thing you can do, is just pull over and let them go by, because you're gonna be there for a minute, and there's a lot of cattle when they gotta move them like that. Got plenty of gas to make it to Salida. Got 117. I did drop a bar, but that's probably because of altitude change. The camel tank feeds from vacuum, so if you are either riding in really hot temperatures or going up and down in altitude a lot, sometimes you'll drop a couple of bars before the camel tank will really start feeding. And it's just because it's not really pulling as much of a vacuum. I thought it was that, but no, it's not. It is not the Hardscrabble Ranch. It is this. CR358. Okay, we'll take it nice and easy. Are building. See how long we stay dry on this ride. I am wearing the airbag vest. I do have it in enduro mode. Obviously the goal is not to need it. Get windy again, so I'm going to drop out onto the plains here. But I really don't know when I go back onto dirt, and I might be on this road for a while.
1 hour later.
It was a good lunch. I should make Sargent's today. From Salida to Sargent's is like less than 80 miles. 75 miles to Salida. It's probably about another 70 to Sargent's. But I gotta go over Old Marshall Pass, which will be If it's anything like what it was in previous years, pretty washed out. It's like 1:30, 1:45, so just keeping an eye on weather. Nice to not really have to worry about my damn cameras. They just work. Basically, the only thing I gotta worry about is, do I have enough power? So this one I don't gotta worry about at all. And this one I just gotta make sure that I swap the batteries on it here and there so that it's plugged in. Hello, Moose. Well, one of you ended up on the wrong side of the fence. A couple of them did. 5 miles from Salida. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit.
20 minutes later.
That's right, I do go... I don't know if I go through it, but I go very near Cotopaxi, Colorado. This was paved. That's about 20 more miles of pavement than I was expecting. Dirt? Yes, okay, finally. That was almost 38 miles of entirely pavement. Hi, deer. Several deer. Pick a direction, buddy. Thank you. Hi, ladies. You're okay. High jump champion. That's very pretty. Super early for, like, none of the aspens are going to be changing yet. Way too early for any of that. So if you didn't know this, but almost all of these aspens are going to be one tree. So aspens reproduce by sending their roots out underground and then sprouting new trunks. So it's basically just one giant organism. So most of the time these entire groves are just one tree. And so likely this whole hillside is just one big aspen tree. For a while there was a grove of aspens, I don't know where it is exactly, but it was considered to be the largest single organism on the planet. And then they identified mycelium networks and stuff like that where you have single growths of fungus or whatever that are miles and miles and miles. Oh yeah, you can see right there it's raining. You're okay, guys. I'm just gonna go over here. Pardon me, little one. You need to move, buddy. Thank you. Walk right in front of me and stop. Yeah, that cloud looks ominous. So we're gonna work on getting to Salida. It's a hell of a hill. That one, but of course it says local traffic only. When it says local traffic only in Colorado, typically that means this doesn't go through. Of course, also, sometimes those local traffic signs are put up by people with property back here because they don't want people coming back here, which is not legal. It's a public road, or it's not. You don't get to determine who uses a public road. Which, you know, I get both sides of it. It's also going to be really annoying if you have livestock out here and people are being stupid, people ripping through here at 60 miles an hour. Yeah, that's going to be really annoying. But it ain't your road. Well, there's rain. I'm going to be in it for very long based on the clouds, so I'm just going to keep going. I'm not going to worry about rain gear. Hello. Where are you? That is a Wolverine. Hell yeah, buddy. Wolverine or a badger. It was, I mean, God, it was big. I guess it was probably a badger. It's the second one, you guys, I've seen. Damn. It was a fat son of a... It almost looked like a Wolverine, though. I need to look, because... I mean, they're in the same family. So I don't know which one it would be, but... God, it was big. Rain in the mountains doesn't tend to stick around all that long. Yeah, I'm going through like bands of it because it just stopped again. Ooh, I don't like that. Let's not make the tallest target. Bonk, 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 bonk. Most of it. Probably gonna go right back into another band of rain though. Oh God. Oh man, look at that. I hope the lens is clean. Pavement at a minimum for a while, so I will see you once I either figure out if I'm staying here tonight to wait out the weather or if I push forward to Sargent's. So see you in a bit.
Eventually.
Not sure how well you're going to be able to hear me, but I did keep going. I realized based on the map that I'm essentially going right through the one pocket in the weather, and so I should be able to make it through. And if not, I'll be pretty close to Poncha Springs and Salida. So, gonna give it a try, and we'll see what happens. So, I will catch up to you once I actually hit some dirt, because I gotta go through some other places first.
1 minute, 37 seconds later.
Pass, here we come. Might get rained on a little bit. Won't be the worst thing I've ever ridden through. It's only 25 miles to Sargent's, so push through just about anything for 25 miles. Not sure what condition the pass is in. Previously it's had problems with big washouts where you basically end up having to kind of ride up the creek bed essentially. But we'll see. I know that once I get to the top where the Monarch Crest Trail is at, where I rode the CDT, I know from there to Sargent's is fine. Yeah, so it's technically not Marshall Pass, it's Poncha Pass Road. I've never ridden this before. I've seen videos from it, but I've never ridden it. So this is actually new. Until I get onto the other side of it, then I'll be back on familiar ground. Okay. Well, that answers that question. So, alright. I'm going to go around, I guess. Didn't know that was there. Alright, well, Marshall Pass it is, I guess. That I'm not really upset about. The road is gone, so there's nothing you can do about that. It'd be worth putting a sign out here that says road closed, 3 miles ahead or whatever. The other road is basically just down at the bottom of the canyon. Alright, here comes my intersection. I would guess from there to Sargent's will be about 15 miles. Hi, cows. There's the CDT and there's Monarch Crest Trail. I've got 16 miles to Sargent's. Alright, I need to move. There's Marshall Pass, 10,842. I need you to move. Thank you. I do remember the water bars on Marshall Pass. They're fun. Just gotta be careful I don't find a ditch on one. Like this. Oh, I didn't know. So I found this out yesterday, I think. I had heard about a guy who had a really bad wreck on the Wyoming BDR. Those are cows. And I mean really bad, like ICU for a week bad. And they were working on trying to get more, just basically trying to work to see who had local knowledge of helping get his bike and get, you know, all the logistics stuff. And it was actually ADV Tech Moto who's out east, and we've conversed a little bit about the carpe diem tablet and some other stuff, and I had no idea it was him until he posted a thing on his YouTube, because I knew the name of the person who had been hospitalized, but they didn't say anything. I didn't know that that was who that was. And so he posted a thing the day before yesterday, basically saying, hey, sorry, I haven't been around for a bit. I've been in ICU for a week in Wyoming. I was like, oh, I know who you are. You had a really big one. Hopefully he will recover quickly. But yeah, it just goes to show at any time you can have something turn your life around, whether you wanted to or not. It just shows you, you know, like he had that, Orly had her accident. Hers was just a random fall from just getting the front wheel slightly wrong. That ended her Africa trip. You know, mine was literally just a rock that I couldn't see between the two wheel lines. 5:30. Still got plenty of sunlight. Jeez, it's beautiful. Alright, welcome to Tamichi Creek Trading Post / Sergeants. I doubt tequila is the answer, but it's worth a shot. I agree with that.
Well, let's see how this works. I'm gonna just try and use my rear-facing cam as my selfie cam. Here in Tamichi Creek, got a nice little cabin. All my stuff's charging. I'm also working on downloading footage still. It's late, which is why I'm using this camera, because it took that long to download the footage. I'm gonna finish getting ready for bed and probably rack out. I did 330 miles today, and I will almost certainly finish or get very close to finishing tomorrow. From here to Telluride, it's less than 200 miles. I'm gonna go do dishes and get ready to go to sleep. I am tired. It was definitely a long day, if not necessarily a challenging day. Tomorrow's gonna be a challenging day, not necessarily a long day. So, balance. Hey. Alright. Let's get going again.
God, it is nice how fast these turn on. You just click them and boom. Didn't sleep great. The cabin started off too hot, which was interesting. I don't know, I just wasn't super comfortable. Not sure what this afternoon's gonna end up looking like. There is a high chance, like 70+%, for rain this afternoon, starting at about 1. So 70% of the time it works every time. I will most likely get to the whatever my end is for Colorado today, just because it's not that damn far. I think to Telluride from here is less than 150 miles. The weather has definitely affected the passes. Black Bear and Imogen Pass are both closed due to mudslides. So, yike. That makes me a little bit concerned about what Ophir is like. You know, Corkscrew's so steep, if it gets wet, like, it's damn near unrideable. So we'll see what happens. So yeah, on my CDT route, you just continue up this, and it gets rougher and rougher and rougher. It's a big cattle guard. As far as I can tell, the cameras worked perfectly yesterday. Inspires confidence, at least. It sucks when you can't trust your camera equipment. Really, the Alpine Loop will be the first time I really gotta be careful about side-by-sides and stuff. It's Tuesday, so it shouldn't be super busy, but I mean, in the summer, the Alpine Loop is always busy. That's unfortunately just the reality of it now. It's like Moab. There's never an off time. I didn't really talk about it, but I did switch pants. I'm not using the Adventure Spec pants anymore. I'm using the Moscow Moto Woodsman. These are the ones with the armor built into them. That was one of the things I've been kind of waiting for a while for Moscow Moto to do, was integrated armor. But these are more comfortable. The Lions pant from Adventure Spec is really nice, but it's very much kind of like a skinny jean fit. It's super stretchy, but it's quite tight, and I was just never really comfortable with that. Trying these, they're a little bit waterproof. Well, they're water resistant, so unless I'm just getting absolutely poured on, I don't really need rain pants. And then the biggest thing is they're looser fit. I'm liking them. They're really very comfortable. They're also kind of stretchy, so that's nice. I've worn the Woodsman's pant before, but it didn't have the armor in it, and yeah, it just didn't work for me. 50 miles to Lake City. So I should get there somewhere around 10:30, 11, I guess. Man, it must have rained like crazy back here yesterday and last night. It's what, 10 o'clock? Yeah, just about. And everything is still soaked. That's nuts. We might be doing Cinnamon to Animas Forks and then drop down to Silverton. And that might be it. Absolutely gorgeous. How's it going? What are you guys up to?
BDR.
Nice.
How about yourself?
I'm following the tat south.
Oh, there you go.
Meerkat, Meerkat Adventure. I
Yeah.
recognize your voice. Rock on, dude. I watch videos all the time. Yeah, we're heading north. There's some bad rain in section 1.
That's what I heard. I may not end up going much past Cinnamon Pass.
Yeah.
Man.
Because,
yeah, I know like Engineer and Corkscrew and all that stuff, if they're wet, they're a nightmare.
Yeah, we actually ended up taking the easy bypass.
Oh, did you?
Yesterday because of the rain. Last dollar's slick as snot.
It
is so slippery.
Wait,
He ended up going
this
down.
morning, Teller County announced that Black Bear and Imogen are closed due to
saw that.
mudslides.
Yeah.
So it had to be nasty.
Yeah. we bypassed him. It was still slippery.
The more I get, I think I'm going to try Cinnamon and just see what it looks like. And if it's nasty, I'll just divert from Animas down to Silverton.
Yeah. Yep, that's not too bad. At least there's
because I know it.
there.
Like, I mean, all of the high ones, Engineer, Corks, like all those ones, if they're wet, they're a nightmare.
Yeah,
that's exactly what
So,
we said.
Yeah, we bypassed them, and then
either we head up and have a nightmare of a day, or at least try and get somewhere and camp.
From I started in Sargent's,
nice.
So you're good from here, to Cumberland and all that stuff. Well, cool.
Rock on, man. Well, good meeting you.
You too. Take it easy. Go fast, don't die. Where are you guys out of?
Denver, he's out of the Springs.
Oh, nice. So yeah, not too big of a trip for you guys. Yeah, that kind of confirms what I thought. If Last Dollar Road was a mess, then the passes are going to be impassable. Last Dollar Road is the easy alternate for the BDR, and probably a good idea for this too. Oops. Didn't really want to do that, but... Jesus, dude. Gotta watch those turns. Down here is a thing for Alfred Packer. He was a guy who offered to lead a group of people through the mountain passes. They got snowed in and trapped, and he ate several of them. I believe he was the sole survivor from the group, and so he ended up actually going on trial for murder and a whole bunch of other stuff because it was shady. The argument was basically that he was never planning on actually guiding them anywhere. He took them out here and murdered them, and then got snowed in and trapped unexpectedly. So he spent several years in prison, but he did actually get released at some point. Probably not going to narrate too much on this. Just gonna ride Cinnamon's pretty straightforward. There's a couple switchbacks near the top, but it's just kind of fun. What the f are you? God damn, dude! Don't look at me like I'm the What are you doing? Why is it always around Lake City and Cinnamon Pass that I have so many stupid close calls with people driving like on the wrong side of the road and stuff? I mean, Lake City is so nice. Like, why is everybody driving around here just a jackwagon? Times where I would say the direction of the BDR doesn't let you see the most beautiful part of it, because when you're coming down the hill it's all kind of behind you, so you really don't see it. Hi dear. You'll see me sitting down kind of any chance I get on this. And a lot of it is also so I can check my mirrors. So I gotta keep an eye out for anybody behind me. Thank you. officially warmed up. That's in surprisingly bad shape. Yeah. It's had a lot of water down it. Holy crap. Cinnamon's normally no big deal. Really, the only trick for the switchbacks is just stay as far outside as you can. Give yourself the most turning radius that's available. And if it has a bank or something like this, use it. Because, yeah. See how fast I catch up to these side-by-sides. Ooh, we're gonna do this and get a straight shot at it, because holy crap. There might be one more. I don't remember now. That's the worst shape I've seen it. This is my 4th time. And I mean, seriously, that bit there is still harder than anything on any other part of the tat. Like, by an order of magnitude. So, I mean, if you can do the Alpine loop on a bike, you can use that bike for the tat. Because this is the hardest part. Okay, you guys can't stop in the middle of the trail. Whew, yeah, my hands are worked. Not in riding shape. take a break.
20 minutes later.
Well, there you can see why I will be going to Silverton. So no drone, because I don't want to get struck by lightning. And we're going to work on getting out of here. The good news is, basically from here to Silverton is all downhill. Ooh, yeah, you can see it coming. Yeah, I'm gonna get rained on here in a minute. The only other sketchy part of Cinnamon is the very base of it right at Animus, because it's really rocky there. So we'll see how this goes. Yep, there's rain. Uphill portion of the ride is postponed until further notice. Alright, I will get into Silverton. I will figure out if I'm going north or south to try and start towards home. I'm really not sure which one's going to be the better idea, to be honest. That is probably the biggest problem that Silverton has, is just people being dumb on vacation. Ripping through on side-by-sides, snowmobiles in the winter. Just an all-around dumbassery. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the Colorado portion of the TAT. This will get dumped into the middle of my TAT film, but it'll be the last video shared for the TAT series. The series will be in chronological order. Hope you enjoyed it. Not my favorite route. I think if you did Colorado to Oregon, it would probably be much more enjoyable. Some people really want to connect coast to coast, in which case, do your thing. Oh, but yeah, I'm gonna get down into Silverton, which if you're on the TAT is a great place to stop and stay. It's not technically on the route, but it's a very short diversion. They have camping and RV spots and gas and all that stuff. And if some of the passes aren't doable, you're probably gonna end up in here, because it's pretty much the only town on a lot of the cutoff roads. So if you go around a pass, you're probably going to go through Silverton. You can't stop in the middle of the trail. Alright, well, thank you for coming along with me. Sorry I didn't get to do all of the passes, but that is the nature of adventure riding. Sometimes you just have to find a way through. So, I'm gonna get down here. I'm gonna get gas and get the bike ready to slab back home. And I will see you on whatever my next adventure ends up being. Hello, llamas. I think all llamas. I didn't see any alpacas in there. Alright. See you later. Alright, back on the road, 13th, so I had basically 2 weeks off, got a ton done, finished part 2 of the Veterans documentary, got 2 videos done for the TAT, I'm going to reconnect with the trail, basically in Monticello, Utah. It snowed an inch here in Colorado Springs yesterday, so yeah. Got oil change done on the bike, got my front tire flipped around. Utah, here we come. That'll be the first time I'm back in dirt. We'll be in Utah. We'll see what the rest of the Transamerica Trail has to offer. I get up here and get back to the trail. And I will catch you probably tomorrow. I may film something in the hotel room tonight, but we'll see.
6.5 hours later.
This is what's known as perfect timing. I rolled in here about 30 seconds ago. And this is where they let me park the bike. So yeah. Alright, that was more of a squall than an actual storm. Because it's already basically over. But that's where I get to park my bike for the night. Made it to Dove Creek, Colorado. It's like right on the Utah border. I'm gonna get settled in, get changed, go get dinner, and I don't have any footage to download or anything, so it's just gonna be a quiet night. So I will check you later.
Tomorrow.
Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch. For being a non-smoking place, it sure smells like weed a lot. Just headed to Monticello. I'll get gas there. There's a group of 2 ahead of me by about a day. They stayed in Moab last night, and they were not able to get through the La Salle area because of snow, which I kind of expected, so that doesn't really surprise me. So I'm gonna end up actually doing pretty much the exact same thing that I did when I was coming through on the BDR. It's 48 degrees.
going back to the Tat. 18 days, I think, till Giant Loop, which should be more than enough time to get up there. You're all caught up. Not much changed. I got the new double take mirror arms. But yeah, into Utah, back into the dirt. There is absolutely no way that I could have done any of Colorado off-road. I was in rain a good bit of yesterday, and when I wasn't in rain, there was snow right up the edges of the road. Here's where I was gonna stay. They were actually full. It looks like nothing, but man, it is so nice in there. But I did lower tire pressures. I'm at 30 front and rear, so I'm not like super low or anything. I know I gotta go around LaSalle because the snow does not allow me to get through. I do gotta be a little bit careful. Utah is one of those places, anything wet with this dirt is not a great idea. 25 miles, there's something, but the text on it is so tiny, there's no hope of me reading that. The only thing that changed, I did not actually change my tires, I just flipped the front. I do think I will be okay, and then I will make it on this set of tires to Giant Loop. But the only other thing I did is I got so Double Take came out with, they started making their own hardware for their mirrors. So for the longest time, like 20 plus years, rim mounts made the arms and the ball mounts and all the little adapters and stuff. Double Take mirrors just made the mirrors, you know, this bit. Well, a couple of years ago, for some reason that I will never understand, Ram started making their own mirrors. I think they called them travel mirrors or something. They also made ones for like side-by-sides and stuff like that, which, you know, who cares? But they made an almost direct copy of these. You know, they were a slightly different shape, but that was it. It was the identical thing. Now, you know, a couple of years after that started happening, he's now come out with these. And honestly, they're better. The mount down here is steel reinforced, so it won't crush it like it does on the Ram mounts ones. And then these arms are a little bit longer than the ones that Ram makes, so I'm able to get my mirrors into a little bit better position without having an extension on them. And they seem to be even more stable than the Ram mount one. All I did, I kept the mirror and I just got the rest of the components, so I didn't have to buy a whole new like set. And I got a new throttle lock. Atlas sent me another throttle lock. Thank God. That thing, man, you know the saying, if you don't know how good you have it till it's gone? Man, I did not know how good I had it with the Atlas throttle lock until I didn't have it. I was like, oh, my hand hurts so much. It was so bad. But yeah, it's good to be back on the road. What will be interesting today is once I get past Moab, I go up Gemini Bridges, which is literally where Tana and I think it is the first time I ever camped off of a motorcycle. It was the very first adventure bike trip I ever did. And I was on my Triumph Scrambler at the time. I don't even know what tires I had on it at the time. That was when my seat fell off. Like, I had all sorts of problems. But it'll be really funny to see what Gemini Bridges is like now for me. See, and the GPS says I'm going left, but I'm immediately reconnecting with the road. Yeah, that's not a road anymore, guys. That's not a trail. That's nothing. Because yeah, that's private property. That's for the mine. It's saying that it's this road right here, which has a damn guard station on it. That's not a road, guys. You can't use that. Thanks, Sam. Alright, well, there's LaSalle. But the route curves around and goes up through those mountains, which is the part that I know that I can't do because there's snow. So I'm just going to follow this, connect to the highway, go into Moab, and I will see you in Moab. Alright, welcome to Moab. We're going to get up here to Gemini Bridges. I'm going to take off my mid-layer because it's 80 degrees. Moab's neat. It's kind of fallen victim to the off-road Mecca thing, just a little too much. It's just too damn busy, like the majority of the time anymore. I think they finally had to ban Razors and side-by-sides and stuff from driving just in the regular, main corridor, because it was just too much. It is super gorgeous though. Arches National Park is all this. Moab's beautiful. It's amazing. It's unbearable in the summer. This is May 14th and it's 80 degrees. You come through here in June, July, God forbid August, you'll be suffering. You've got to keep a little bit of an eye out here, because I know roughly where Gemini Bridges turn off is, but at the same time I haven't been on it in 6 years.
A few inches later.
Welcome to Gemini Bridges. I didn't bother getting gas in Moab. I'm only going 87 miles. So I have another 200 miles of range. Did lower the tire pressures just a little bit more, because 32 for the sand sections wouldn't be a ton of fun. Let's see how that 360 view works. I am truly curious what this is going to be like on this bike with the 6 years of experience that I now have. Whatever. They have totally changed the entrance to this thing, so the GPS file is totally wrong. There's an RV park at the entrance now. Like, it's a whole different deal. But yeah, this is going to be funny. Because this was absolutely the limits of my skill 6 years ago. And I kind of get the feeling this time it's going to be like, what the hell was that? One of the guys I was talking to back there, he's from Santa Monica. And he was a little bit nervous to take his Jeep up this because it's basically bone stock. And I basically had the conversation with him of like, bro, I literally took a street bike up this, basically, Triumph Scrambler, up this 6 years ago and made it. Apparently there's another trail up here called Metal Masher. Curious as to what that would be like. I am going to keep an eye on the 360 because I don't want to break it. It already slid down, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm already past most of the stuff where we started having problems last time. I'm in second gear still. So the first time I did this was in the dark because we didn't get here until night, and my seat fell off in the parking lot. But I was having to sit through all of this because my seat wouldn't stay on otherwise. So that was fun. Yep, and I'm up. I'm up, you see me, I'm down. Yeah, 104 miles to the end of the section, which means 50 miles-ish to Green River. Yeah, there's the highway. Which, what was so funny the first time I did this is I could see the car lights down there, but I didn't really understand what it was. Because I had, you know, it's pitch black. I hadn't seen anything. What I just did in the last 5 minutes took us probably an hour. You know, we were effectively having to walk the bikes. Just goes to show, the saying in the athletic community is, it doesn't get easier, you just go faster. Experience completely changes your perspective on stuff. Better tires, a more capable bike also helps. 6 years and 10,000 miles a year of riding experience make a really big damn difference. I think. Fourth. I mean, yeah, I'm just gliding through, really not even trying. Have gone all over the place in there. This is the first bit of it that I would even call remotely sandy. Oof. And it's still kind of not. So that was all of the hard stuff that I remember from Gemini Bridges. I think this climb freaked us out, but it was at least rocky. Try and see if I can spot where our campsite was, and I think they've now banned any camping from up here. Seeing this stuff when it's dry is super fun, but if this stuff gets wet, it turns into a nightmare. And I want to say we were right down there. In fact, I know we were. So that took me 15 minutes, maybe. I'm not even sure if it was that long. To do what took noob me 2 hours. But yeah, this stuff is great when it's dry. But man, you get into this stuff after it's rained and the rock is like ice. It is the craziest sensation. So this is 79. I am definitely warm. This is where the super shirt is more advantageous than the airbag, because I'm going nice and slow, so it's not likely that I'm going to have a big accident. And the
the airbag is just hotter, unfortunately. There's not much I can do about that. Oh! God! Ugh. Caught the edge of my front wheel right on that rock. All right. First fall on the tat. It's kind of a silly one. I'm gonna kill my head cam, turn the bike off, and get set up. I don't even think you touched the ground. Kind of a stupid fall all the way around, but it happens. And the main thing was the airbag did not go off. But yeah, my front tire just caught the lip of that rock. It's like getting cross-rutted. You think you're doing okay and it just dumps you. The reason it's called Gemini Bridges is there are, I believe, 2 natural bridges, essentially arches that are level with the ground along here. When we came through 6 years ago, you could walk out on it. I don't know that you're allowed to do that anymore. Probably not. Plateau now, so I would imagine it'll be sandier, but probably not as rocky. I would imagine as I go up and down in altitude, I'll cross through some stratification layers. But yeah, I'm very happy with the airbag vest not going off. I have it in enduro mode, not rally. I would have been kind of annoyed if it had gone off, because I mean, by the time I hit the ground I was doing 5, you know. I didn't even feel it on the elbow pad. Like, I just basically laid on my side. Not a big deal. And the last thing I needed was to turn into the Michelin Man. I'm going, where the fuck am I going? I think I'm going this way. See, like there, that's a problem. Because I literally can barely tell which of these trails I'm supposed to go on. It's that one. But I have to zoom out and look. And be like, oh, okay, yeah. It reconnects with this, you know, in a mile. Intersections are where you need detailed instructions the most. And it's where this GPS file seems to fail you the most. I can't tell. Yeah, no, I don't know what it's trying to tell me to do. I don't trust the GPS file anymore. An unfortunate thing to say, I think it's following a trail down there. Maybe. I don't trust the GPS file anymore not to just lead me into a dead end or a closed trail, something that's not a trail anymore. Like, I know that Gemini Bridges is a valid trail. Is there a trail here? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, there's no trail there, guys, or it's closed. So I'm glad I didn't follow the route, because once again, another example, the route is no good. Thanks, Sam. Is this? Yeah, it's saying go. It has a fucking marker on it of no. God. It wants you to go up that way, and there's a sign right there that says travel prohibited. Like, that's 3 times today now.
think I'm about to pop out onto a paved road based on the map. Yep. Oh, Mesa Campground. Gorgeous though. I'm also really trying not to rush. If I stopped in Green River, that would still be basically 200 miles today. See, that was my first fall since Idaho last year when the dog ran out in front of me. You figure out pretty quickly when you're doing this, like, falls are not a big deal. As long as you aren't hurting yourself or breaking things, it's nothing. I used to get so bent out of shape when I would fall over. Very quickly figured out that it's not at all a big deal. Oh, hey, snake. Just a little garter snake. The problem is I know after Green River, it's a good 150 miles before I go through. At a certain point, parts of the Trans-America Trail, you just gotta make miles, you know. It's a roughly 6,000 mile trip. Not all of it can be the most interesting riding you've ever seen. I'm starting to zone out a little bit. It's just kind of meh. There's the highway. Well, here's the pavement. I will talk to you from in Green River.
20 minutes later.
Either on purpose or accidentally, I think I timed that exactly how I needed to because it's about to start storming.
I was going to knock it off anyway.
Now I'm glad I did.
The next day.
Adjusted my chain, lubed my chain last night. Adjusted my tire pressures. Alright, get moving. This is 63, it's supposed to be closer to 55. It's gonna be 80-ish today. Yeah, I figured out I gotta slow the hell down. If I pushed it, like if I did long days and just went hard, I could damn near be in Burns in 4 days. You know, I did 160 miles yesterday, almost 170 by 12:30. I got 2 weeks to be in Burns, and I do not need to get there in a week. We are going to slow this down a little bit. Kind of half days, I'll do more days off, work on like editing footage and stuff. Their main advantage with this tablet is if I zoom in right, I can see the road names, and there are times that that is necessary. That if you don't want to do it, you can skip it very easily. I come back to the highway 10 or 15 miles up the road and
across I-70 and go north. So, you know, if you were having to make time or weather wasn't cooperating or whatever, you could skip this, you know, 60 miles in 20 minutes. Reminds me of, if you've ever seen Galaxy Quest, Goblin Valley, I don't know if it's a state park or a national park, but they filmed parts of Galaxy Quest when they had the little rock monsters. They filmed bits of that in the Alabama Hills also because it has those unique rock formations, but there's part of it with these weird little like mushroom looking rocks, and they filmed that in Goblin Valley because it's just thousands of these little like mushroom rock formations. They're really cool. It's not too far from here. I want to say it's further west, but yeah, it's funny. What I'll be annoyed is if I get out here and find it's closed for something. A bunch of the trails in Moab got closed because of irresponsible idiots, and then a ton of the camping got closed. So like Gemini Bridges, you can't camp up there anymore. But yeah, the Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management is who owns most of that. They've had to close all sorts of stuff just because trash and unattended campfires and people riding off trail and just all around stupidity in the Moab area because people are loving it to death, and so it gets trails closed. You know, it's the same reason why the BDRs do all of the stuff about riding responsibly and staying on trail and, you know, being a good steward of the backcountry, because if you don't, that's what happens. They close the trail on you. Wish there was a good answer for it, you know? Like, I want people to be able to enjoy this. I don't expect to be the only person out here. I am a lot of the time, but you run into situations like what I was running into in Idaho, Moab on Memorial Day when I came through on the BDR. Like, it really is just kind of getting loved to death, where you're having near head-ons with people because they're not behaving the way you would expect people to behave in the backcountry. Can't find campsites, and people are just being dicks. Like, we're out here to enjoy this, guys. Enjoy it. But you also gotta leave something for somebody else to enjoy. God, look at that. I am also trying to make a decent enough progress before noon so that if it gets super hot, I can bail. I'm glad I'm coming through when I am, though. I think I saw in the weather report, in like 3 or 4 days, the high here is 90. Bit fighter jet-ish, just kind of curving through the canyon. Oh, hey. Just a little sandy. I would say this is all blown sand, drifted up from the stuff off to my right. Capitol Reef Dunes is not super far away from here. That's really cool because it's like it's coral dunes.
It's all crushed like coral, and so it's pink. I mean like bright pink. Dunes. Because there's a million little roads back here, trails, and everything else leading all over the place. Yeah, that was a neat, 100-mile loop. It's very pretty. Glad I flew the drone when I did. It's really windy now. That snow up top is why I ain't going over those. There's no way. Oh, there was sand at the bottom there. Hey, buddy. That's a donkey. That's not a horse. It's just wild burros. I'm guessing this probably floods pretty badly when they get water. To Castledale, so it's closer than I thought. My God, that's I don't have words. DXE has stopped working. Because, oh god, holy crap, pretty. I will say, in a rainstorm, this would be sketchy as hell. Because, I mean, the bottom of the canyon's right there. And so if you started getting rained on, a flash flood would be a big damn problem back here. Pictograph panel, yeah, here we go. So I'm guessing it's going to be up here, because it has to be yeah, it's the backside of that. Because, yeah, it has to be shielded from the weather, otherwise rain and weathering would wipe the panel off after, a couple hundred years. The thing you do realize with the locations of the pictograph panels that still exist, they're ones like that where they're sheltered from the weather, and so they didn't get, destroyed over time. Well, if that's the case, I mean, you literally have a pictograph panel in the middle of, back here. So, does that mean that basically all of the rocks were covered in pictographs and they've just since been washed clean by weathering and, human behavior and stuff? Oh, God. Or did they only have limited locations where they put pictographs? And to me, it says that they were probably way more common than we give them credit for, and it's just those are the very few that have survived. It's just funny to think about, like, if you were here around that time period, there would have been stuff all along these rock faces. 20 miles, Castledale. Mine says 16, but whatever.
A few moments later.
I'm not going to talk, I'm just going to film because this is really pretty. This is Huntington Canyon. I did just pass a motorcyclist going the other way who gave me the international sign for deer. There's absolutely no way I could have made this on dirt. Well, there I'm actually getting snowed on. It's kind of in between rain and snow. I just don't want hail. The winds should not be high enough to generate hail, so I should be okay. But yeah, it's actually snowing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's gone up 6 degrees in the last 5 minutes. Hi, pretties. buddy. Not sure where I'll stay tonight. After Baker, there's not a whole lot because I turned north. And I'm not sure how far it is to Baker. I want to say it's about 150 miles. It's a good day off. It takes forever to process that 360 footage. They're just, you know, they're massive files. 48 degrees, yeah, it ain't warm. It's supposed to be like 80 today though, so I wanted to get moving kind of early and get as much distance as I could before it gets hot. As far as I can tell, that's kind of it for technical challenges on the TAT. Nobody really talks about any kind of difficulty with the remainder of Utah, Idaho, Oregon. It's all kind of roads like this, it sounds like. So it still kind of blows me away that this is considered more of a dual sport route, because it's really not. Ooh, yeah, okay. So I went through that when it was wet. Jeez. Pretty decent little climb. Cattle Company, okay. But I should be okay if I stay on the road. Alright, we got snow. And mud. Great, alright. Well, second gear it is. Let's see what happens. See what the mud is going to be like. First gear, and we're going to go nice and easy. I don't see tracks from anybody going through here. It's going to be the shaded areas that give me trouble. All this stuff is fine. Okay, this isn't bad so far. Ooh, that was though. Sorry, tree, I couldn't really turn. Still have not seen any cows. I would guess they're in their summer pastures. Let's see, where can I go? Well, I think right there in the middle. Second, yeah. Yep. Thankfully it wasn't super muddy on the bank.
super pleasant little road, you know? I'm kind of surprised at how smooth it is. And it goes to a closed gate. Because it says go straight across. I can see the lock on it from here. God. Thanks, Sam.
A few inches later.
You got sheep. Oh, I don't want you to run. Just chill. Hi. You're fine. I'm not doing anything to you. Okay, I do need the little one to move. See, at least they're smart enough to turn. Cows just run up the road. Ooh, that was a rattlesnake. Bye, buddy. I ain't going back for you. To make sure people realize there's a turn. Damn it. It reconnects up here? Yes. Can't fucking go that way. There's a gate there. Thanks, Sam. There we go. Jeez. Alright, you're recording. Nope. I guess I'm just gonna have nothing but camera problems now. Probably not going to film a whole lot. I'm only 37 miles from... I think I'm 37 miles from Baker. Because it is basically just right over there. Where's my road? Oh, there it is. Okay. This is probably old highway. Alright. Oh, God. Yeah, just nice and easy. Not looking to find a ditch at 40 miles an hour. See very many tire tracks. Oh boy. Oh, that's swampy. Yeah, if that was fully mud, I'm not sure you could get through. Going up here. That's not ideal. Canyon.
One hour later.
Alright, camera's working again, both of them. Alright, looked at it, did the math, and I'm gonna make it to Wendover tonight, which is about 180 miles. And I'm gonna stay there for a full day. I think actually on the off-road route, it's a shorter distance than if I followed the pavement. I could stay here, but everything here is 10 times the price of anywhere else. I mean, gas is $5 a gallon. You know, that kind of stuff. So, is this? Oh, it is dirt. Okay.
tomorrow for sure.
Good evening. Just getting stuff packed up. Get ready to go tomorrow. I am definitely getting sick. I may end up holding up somewhere in probably southern Idaho for a couple of days and seeing if I can just get over this. But we'll see how this goes. Tomorrow will probably be the remainder of Utah. I think it's only 140 miles or something to the border. So yeah, not sure where I'll get tomorrow, but I'm just gonna ride. And then really from Boise to Burns is like a day. I'll probably still get to Burns potentially a couple of days early, but that's alright. I'm gonna finish getting all this stuff packed so that I'm ready to go in the morning and then hit the salt flats. The goal is to be out fairly early just because of high temperatures. That's the only reason, and we'll see where I end up. So I will see you on the trail tomorrow. Alright, good morning. Met a nice lady at the hotel, part of an organization called Neptune Warriors. They take veterans on scuba trips. I saw several people actually with like the diver flag and stuff. But yeah, we were talking. We kind of said the same thing. If it's like, it doesn't really matter what it is, vets gotta help each other because nobody else is gonna do it. And first thing on the menu today is the salt flats. 64. I would expect today will be it's actually supposed to be kind of cooler today. It's like mid-70s, which, I mean, that'd be great. I did 340 miles yesterday. I knew it was a long day. I don't think I thought it was going to be that long of a day. You do got to be a little careful on this stuff, because if it's been wet at all, it'll look solid, and then you'll crack through underneath, and it'll just be bottomless mud. Tire tracks for people that have gotten into it. Oh, I did get an update on the guy who was ahead of me. He got to around Ephraim, and he actually got hospitalized from, I guess, some GI tract stuff, so he's not on trail anymore, unfortunately. He had to get the hell out. So, yeah, I don't have anybody else around me on the trail as far as I'm aware. Where's the intersection? Lepi Pass. So I actually just crossed into Nevada. It's this line on my map. And it went right back to dirt. But yeah, welcome to Nevada. And welcome to dirt. What are you
guys doing out here? Hi, you're okay. I'm not gonna mess with you because you're evil. But okay, I wasn't expecting to see llamas. Check. They're still cool, but llamas are evil, man. They're like camels. They're mean. Alpacas are super nice, typically. Here's the border again. According to this, it's actually up here just a little bit further, but whatever. This one. Correct? Yeah. I see water. Let's go right there. Okay. Hopefully that's the only water I see on this. That would be a full-on showstopper. Yeah, that's better.
20 minutes later.
Okay. That is much more comfortable. That is the advantage of layering, though. Short stop, take a break, pee, switch my layer, and I'm good from 50 to 75. And 80 miles to the end of the section. So far. That's cool. I feel like I see somebody in front of me. I can't tell if it's a person or like a tree or something, you know, like it could just be the road. Yep. there, but I don't know. Oh, it's an old railroad grade. Okay, that's why. That's a snake. Pardon me, buddy. Significant pattern on him. Here's another snake. It's like a garter snake or something. They have big old gopher snakes out here. Here's another one. That's 3 in like 100 feet. That was rattlesnake. Well, can't read the signs when you shoot everything full of holes. Excuse me, bird. Bearing left, as best as I can tell. Let's see what happens, I guess. Off. I'll see you in a bit. Alright, rear facing camera died. It has a bad habit of staying on even if I'm not filming, and it doesn't really give you any indicator of that or that you can see. So it's dead. It's charging. I'll run it later on. Definitely gonna make it to Idaho today. It's only another few miles. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna be on dirt for a while, so I will see you in a little while once I get somewhere that is worth looking at. So check it out, this is Northrop Grumman's facility, and one of the things that they make out here is they make the solid rocket boosters. They made them for the shuttle, and now they're using them for the Artemis program and the Space Launch System, SLS. So this is where they make them. You'll see videos sometimes of them testing them, doing test burns and stuff. But yeah, this is where they make rocket boosters. Oh, I love the space program. I wish we got more stuff, but I smell cows. So there were signs back there. On the way in, I think I passed it, but along that Transcontinental Railroad path was actually the Golden Spike location, which is where the two tracks met, because they had teams coming from either direction, basically competing on who could make the most distance, and they met back there. So that's kind of neat, buddy. Hi, Hawk. Sorry. There's snakes down the road there if you want to go get one. So yeah, I have officially lost count of the number of snakes that I have seen today. It's somewhere around 9 or 10. Oh, he's on the frontage road. it's gonna be hot today. I've been cold more than I've been hot. So yeah, here's the Idaho border. So, alright. Going this way. Going slow. Lots of rocks. I don't care what direction you go, but I need you to move. Don't care. Just move, please. Thank you.
48 hours later.
Good afternoon. Just here editing. I've been here for 2 days, editing and taking tons of medication. You know how you can tell you're sick when you sleep like a really long time, even though you don't necessarily feel tired? That's where I'm at. I slept something like 12 hours last night. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. I'll get to Boise tomorrow. It'll be 170 miles or something like that. But I will stay there for several days, continue taking medications, and then on to Burns, which I think from Boise to Burns will be just 1 day. I mean, it'll be a 200-ish mile day, but it'll be about like that. So tomorrow's supposed to be kind of rainy, so we'll see how that goes. I will see you tomorrow on the road. It is going to be kind of a gloomy day. Good God. I may start getting rained on here in a minute, which will be unfortunate.
A few inches later.
Got just barely sprinkled on. The good news is with how gravelly all the off-road stuff is, it shouldn't really affect me at all if it rains on me. Of course, we'll see if that ends up being true, but I haven't really gotten rained on yet. Oh, that was a sprinkler facing the wrong way. I didn't see it till the last minute. I may throw my rain jacket on before too much longer. Just depends on how the weather behaves. What I'm doing. Yeah, I'm gonna stop and get my rain jacket on because I'm riding into that. Oh God. Yeah, that definitely feels like a rainstorm coming across. As long as I don't get lightning, I don't care. I don't want mud. I will ride it if I have to. Not sure how much the camera will be able to see just because I might be about to ride into some pretty good rain. Can't see much. Got a road intersection here. Let's see what it would look like. Hold on, let's just take a look at the map real quick and see what I can do here. Not a whole lot. If I get something that takes me north that's in good condition, I'll take it, but for now I'm just gonna have to follow this. And who knows, maybe I get up here a little ways and I pop out into the clear. We'll see. And if you can't see much through the camera, welcome to the party, because I can't really see much at all. It's almost less of a rainstorm and almost more of riding through a cloud. It's like fog. Back's tensing up because of the cold. Oh, there's Bob. Hi, Bob. There we go. That's a little bit better. Oh, hi, horses. Why are y'all staring at me? Alright, well, I think I'm back on pavement for a while, so I'll see you in a bit when something changes. Just dip out onto this. It's actually kind of pretty. It's washboarding as hell, which is super weird. That felt like mud. That's full-on mud. I'm gonna get turned around. Nice and slow until I get back out to the good part. Man, I was doing good too. Oh.
fall over now. That went from totally comfortable going 50 to full on nope. See, and this is fine. Alright, I will figure out how we're going around it here in a minute. But yeah, that's just not, no, that's a hell no. That was full on mud, like, instantly. Granted, my tires are not in great shape, so maybe not the best condition to be doing this, but you know, that was a shockingly fast change of conditions. Oh God. Alright, well, I will see you in a bit once I get worked around the mud a little ways. Oh God, why? Oh. Like, I would turn the cameras off, but I can't. Alright, see you in a bit. So, if you look at my map, you will notice I am off the map. I am on unmarked roads. Hoping, I'm still just kind of working my way northwest. But I'm just following all these farm roads. Staying on the gravel as best as I can and avoiding the mud. And so far it's been working quite well. I say that, and then I might be at a dead end. Yep. Damn it. Alright, well, this didn't work. Good news is I'm not getting rained on anymore, so at least stuff isn't getting more wet. Unfortunately, that muddy road was kind of the only road that goes through east-west, at least that I can find. I'll see you in a bit. And workarounds like this doesn't bother me. If you're adventure riding, there's times you're going to be route finding and figuring out workarounds and whatever. That's not a big deal. It's when you're on the regular route and there's closed roads or stuff that shouldn't be there, that gets a little annoying. So, this is whatever. It's up to 55, which is actually kind of nice. Alright, nobody coming. It says I got 70 miles to my reconnect. So I will see you in a while. Yeah, it's just turning into that kind of a day. Don't think I'm gonna be on dirt for the rest of the day. I don't know that I can. Probably not gonna talk much because I'm doing 70. Back on the road. Mountain Home, Idaho. Alright, well, I'm gonna turn the cameras off until I see paper or see dirt. Yeah.
6.5 hours later.
Didn't really get to do any dirt because it just rained on me. But hey, Boise. Alright, I am here in Boise.
see, I've been here for 2 days. I'm going to be here another full day, and then I'll leave on Sunday and head to Burns, which is about 180-ish miles, and I'll stay there for another couple of days until the start of the Giant Loop Rally. Just been editing. Managed to get one video done. I'm working on finishing a second one. I should be able to finish this tomorrow, and otherwise I will continue on Sunday and get to Burns and be there for about a week while I do Giant Loop and all that. So should be able to get a couple more videos done in that time. I'll get the tires done on Yennefer, which is super needed. They're going to be very, very dead by then. They've made it 7,500 miles of mostly dirt and weird conditions, so I'll take it. Other than that, yeah, I'm gonna get back to editing, and I'll talk to you at some point later. Bye. Already got gas. Oh, so I'm gonna worry about that. Alright, not gonna film much because I just gotta get out of Boise. So yeah, I'll see you once I'm out of here and onto dirt. Alright. I'm glad I kept the mid-layer on. I might see 70s today. Today's gonna be a bit of a long day. Right about 220 miles, I believe. You know, I could have broken it up into two, but then it would just be two very short days instead of just going to Burns and elk. Where are you? No, you're deer. Okay.
Later.
There is a town on the way through here. I know there's a waypoint for it, but I need to get gas there because it's the last gas on the route for 200 miles. So basically I'll get gas there and then go all the way into Burns on that tank. I love it when I see horses hugging. It's so funny. They love to just kind of cuddle up next to each other and rest their heads on each other, just kind of lean into each other. It's so cute. Beautiful out here though. It's just Idaho hill country.
Yeah, 346 minutes later.
Alright, two things. Welcome to the Pacific time zone, and welcome to Lime. Hit a closed road, came up the interstate to here, and I gotta try and go back and cross over to get back onto the route. But yeah, yeah, coming out of town back there, there was a little loop that went off of the road and kind of followed along the interstate, and the road was closed. So we're gonna do this. Hopefully it'll connect. It looks like it does on the map. So we're gonna find out. As soon as I crossed the interstate, went back to dirt. So I reconnected in Huntington, but yeah, I just backtracked real quick and looped back around. As soon as I crossed the interstate, it went to dirt. So 50 miles since I got gas. And this is the first sustained dirt that I've been on. Beautiful weather today. It's still low 60s. So I'm glad I got the mid-layer on. Going left. Mayhew line. That's right, Mayhew Reservoir is up here, I guess. I'm not sure if I'm going to it or not. Whenever you see signs that talk about lines, it's like the Mayhew line. But when they're talking about lines, they're talking about survey lines. So when they're originally, when this was territories and stuff like that, you would have a surveyor come out and set a line. They're more common in Australia. They have roads and they have a bunch of areas where, you know, that's you're following the QT line. Oh, God. That's what those were. That was when you were doing surveys, you know, basically on foot. You don't see a whole lot of them still, at least not very many that still have those names. At least in the United States, most of them have been renamed other stuff. There's some really interesting historical stuff about the major land surveys that occurred just to set, you know, set the borders of the states. I'm not even talking about property line designations or any of that stuff, but just to set where does one state end and the other one begin, where does Canada end and the United States begin, you know, all that stuff. They had to have detailed survey data for nearly every square foot of the United States. So you had people literally spend years doing these giant land surveys across the entire country. Excuse me. I don't care where you go, but please move. Move, little one. Gee, move. God dumb. Move. Like, stop zigzagging. Pick a direction. Welcome to Western Oregon. It is beautiful. Thank you. it's beautiful up here. Don't get me wrong. I was really not expecting this to be paved.
Much later.
And sink. Hopefully that works. Got about 40 miles roughly until I divert off. And I'm finally back on dirt. It's literally on pavement up until that point. At the edges of the trail. Well, let's not get hooked by something. I have to watch out for those in California too. Hopefully I don't run into snow. I guess I could. I'm going right. To rebuild that. Yep, snow. Let's hope it's not much more than this. We'll see what it turns into though. 'Cause that's muddy. Oof. I think I'm gonna end up having to turn around. There's tire tracks at least, so somebody's come through. Let's not take my 360 camera off. Oh, I got a full snowbank. So yeah, that ain't happening. So yeah, Little Crane Creek, not passable yet. I didn't even get that far up it, to be honest. Alright, well, I'll get back down here. I'll get down probably to the pavement and see. I'm not sure there's anywhere I can reconnect, because this goes off on its own for a while. Started. See, and this kind of thing I don't mind. Like, this is part of the adventure. You go up, the road's blocked with snow, you just gotta figure it out. This is also why it is important to have additional fuel range. I had more than enough gas back in Payet to not get gas. But I saw on the thing that it's saying 200 miles to the next gas station. And I knew that my diversion of burns was going to be before that. And so I made sure to absolutely top off in Payet because, you know, now look, I have no idea whether this diversion is going to be shorter or longer than the route. I have no clue. But I'm on this until I get around or get to where I have to divert the berms. And it could be an extra, I mean, hell, it could be shorter by 15 miles or it could be longer by 60. I don't know. But yeah, you never know when you're going to have to to find your way around. That could be a hell of a lot further. You know, you might have to backtrack a significant portion of the route. I only had to backtrack there like 3 miles. What happens if you have to backtrack 30 miles? Here's the route. Thing and get to Burns.
Three days later.
All right, Crane Hot Springs, here we come. Apparently there's going to be even more people this year than last year. Last year was the largest ever. It's like 700 people or something.
Hello, Meerkat!
Hello.
And then all the VB40 camp is right in front of the Harley. Brian.
Oh, okay.
Get to the trailer, look to the right.
Okay.
Black 4Runner rooftop tent.
Cool, cool.
Hey!
Hey.
Understood.
Welcome to Giant Loop. Been recognized probably 10 times. More than last year. And yeah, gonna get my tires changed this morning. Not gonna ride today, I'll probably ride tomorrow. Beautiful weather. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun. We're premiering the Tuck documentary tomorrow night. Today's Friday. And other than that, it's just kind of hanging out and seeing everybody. It's just an all-around good time. Good times at the Giant Loop Rally.
Day 2. Day 3.
I don't know if it's a good idea, but I don't feel as bad. Damn it.
close. Oh, save it. There you go. That was real close. Oh.
Morgan, on behalf of VB40 and all the veterans that you've helped over the years by your vision, we want to present this to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. One thing I do want to do, though, is acknowledge the staff, the VB40 staff. We are all volunteers. We all have day jobs. Everything that you guys donate goes right back into these trips, goes into supporting the veterans, and goes into projects like you're going to see tonight. But I need to acknowledge my staff, and you guys, please stand up. Sean Dashler, Jonathan Williams, Jake, Brian Mitchell. We're missing one. A lot of you guys probably know who he is, Greg Stoller. He's also part of our group. Great guy. I also want to acknowledge Lisa Williams. Please stand up. No, stand up. This doesn't happen without you ladies and your support. You for Brian, you for Jonathan, thank you so much. And then I also want to acknowledge our ambassadors. These are very special people who help us out when we need it most. Bill Blodgett, where are you? So, Carl Jennings, where's our coaster? Carl's active duty Coast Guard. It's Matt Williams. Where are you, sir? Tall Man Moto. There he is.
He's hard to miss.
Chris Bragg, where are you? Critter Moto. So what Critter does with his project is simply amazing, and there's a direct tie into what we try to do, and that's prevent suicide overall. Ian Friedel, Motorcycles and Pancakes, he's not here. For those of you that were here early, he had a little accident on the highway. He's doing okay, his father's okay, just for anybody that had a question. But he's also a big supporter. He's doing really well. Brady Allen, please stand up. So this is Meerkat ADV, and you will see more of him. Very special individual with a very, very tight story. Grace, the graceful renegade. Also, what we did, what's coming tonight, doesn't happen without her and without Alex Chacon. So, thank you so much.
Thank you for putting up with us.
Yeah.
So, this project, the film that you're about to see, here come the tears. Before I could sell this to Veterans Back 40, and for those of you who don't know, I was just a guy off the street. This was a cold call to BB40. I was not involved with them. Somehow I ended up on the board. I'm still trying to figure out how that is.
Welcome to the draft.
But I had to sell it to my wife first, and she had to say, yeah, I'm okay with you being gone for almost a month. When she was in, she was all in. And I love you so much, Lisa. She allowed complete strangers for almost a month to come into our home, and she fed them, and she made sure that they had what they needed, and everything else. And like I said, this would have not have happened. The Veterans Back 40, and Jake and JJ and Sean and the rest of you, Brian. when they were in, they were all in. They were in 100% on this project as well. And I just can't thank them enough. And I'm so proud to be a part of such a great organization whose focus is to just get vets off the couch, get them outside. Portland Community College made a very sizable donation to this project, and basically their money paid for Grace, for the work that Grace and Alex did. So Karen Sanders is here from Portland Community College, and she's the one she's the one who, after a failed grant attempt, when they said, yeah, no problem, man, we're all about this, we're in, and then they said, oh, sorry, we can't because you're leaving the country. Karen's the one that came in and said, please. And like 2 days later, I get an email, yeah, you got your money. The writers that went, Brady and Carl, and I think you two were the other ones here?
Yeah.
And the rest, they gave up almost, Brady gave up. You were living with us for what, a month before?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Carl gave up 3 weeks of leave. Guys were giving up vacation. But I'm blessed to have in my life some truly incredible women. My wife, my daughter-in-law, both who are raising incredible granddaughters, and in that very elite group of women, I count Grace. So get up here, Grace. For a month, for about 5 weeks, every time we sit down, she said, "Okay, John, I'm not going to make you cry on this interview." And shit, she made me cry every time. So that I could make her cry today, I'd be like, woohoo! And it only took me over a year to do it. So I'm going to turn this over to Grace.
Thank you so much, John. I was telling a couple of people earlier that you and Lisa have become like my second parents, and I feel so blessed to have you.
Parents?
There you go. There's Carl with the sass in the background, as per usual. Anyway, first of all, just thank you so much to everybody for being here to watch this film. I feel so humbled and honored to be asked to do this. Brady and I had been following each other Brady's right in front of me, not over here. We had been following each other for a while when I was living off my motorcycle, and I just got back from Asia, and I was ready to throw the towel in on videography for a minute. And 2 days after I came home and was like, I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do with this, I got a message from Brady that said, hey, I have this very big ask. Do you want to go to Tuktoyaktuk and back with a bunch of veterans and film? And after being in Asia for almost 4 months and not really knowing what direction I had, I said, sign me up. So I had no idea what I was in for, and I don't think any of the guys did either. And we had an incredible adventure, an incredible experience, and most importantly, we got to do the one thing that we set out to do, which was talk about something that's very difficult, and that is raising awareness about veteran and active duty suicide. And it is a huge problem in our country and within our military, and it's something that we all need to be aware of and spread the word about to try and help each other and be present for each other and try to alleviate this as best we can. I'm very excited to show you this film. Alex Chacon sends his sad apologies for not being able to be here, but I am happy to be here to give this to you and to show you just, what Central Oregon deserves to see, which is effort and time and love for our adventure community.
Real quick, I'm sorry guys. I want to acknowledge all of our riders that are here. You guys stand up. All of our veterans. Come on, guys. And then all veterans. Stand up. If you need to talk, you can reach out to us, reach out to the Veterans Crisis Line, reach out to somebody, anyone, but reach out.
Tomorrow for sure.
Packing up. Say hi, Carl.
Hi, Carl. We miss you already, Brady.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, now we only get to see him the same way the rest of you do online. Womp womp.
Probably the better way, honestly.
Oh, no.
The last morning's always just a bit of a like, it's melancholy, but it's also everyone's busy trying to get ready to go.
Yeah.
So.
Not great.
But it was fun.
It was fun. It was.
So. Yes, it went really fast. So yeah, packing up, and it's gonna take me about 150 miles to get back to the Tat, and then heading towards Prineville. So I will see you on the road. I gotta pack you away because my load plan got a little screwed up. So I'll talk to you from the helmet. All right. Cameras and cameras and cameras. Oh man, giant loop's always a lot of fun. Let's see if I can sneak in between these two. JJ!
Hey, thanks for coming, man.
Thank you for having me once again.
Yeah, man. Good to see you.
I'm so glad how the project turned out. It's kick-ass. Take it easy. Alright, not going to record a whole lot more, because at least not until I get up to the route. But yeah, that was Giant Loop 2024, and it was pretty nice. I enjoyed that quite a lot.
One eternity later.
The plan is to try and get near Prineville today. Not exactly sure how far that is. I plan on taking several days off because an atmospheric river is on its way through the Pacific Northwest, and I ain't trying to do that. And I'm not trying to ride through rain and snow mix. And got new shoes on Yennefer. Pacific Power Sports was at Giant Loop and was kind enough to hook me up the new dual venture front and adventure rear. That other set lasted 7,500 miles. Oh, and I got the award at the Giant Loop raffle for the most distance traveled to the rally. Met a ton of subscribers. Oh, there was one really funny thing. Somebody was talking to one of the Tuck guys about my channel, and he called, what did he call, Muskrat ADV instead of Meerkat ADV, and we were all laughing about it. It's like, no, that's my channel's evil twin. When I decide to go to the dark side, it'll be Muskrat ADV. Oh yeah, back to the washboard. Oh, that was definitely my max of people for a little while. I'm definitely an introvert at heart, and that was a lot of people. There was something like 800 people there this year. So it was great to see everybody, and saw Chris from Critter Moto. Ian from Motorcycles and Pancakes actually had a wreck the first day, and he's okay, but he wasn't at the event. And Ben got COVID, so he wasn't at the event. So YouTubers were dropping like flies. But yeah, after an event like that, I need a good couple of days by myself to just kind of recharge and get back into the mood of peopling, because it's definitely not something I'm naturally good at. This part of Oregon is so much like Colorado. The only real difference is that a lot of the soil is more volcanic. There's parts of Colorado where the soil can be quite volcanic, especially down south. But yeah, just the trees, all of it, it just reminds me all the time of Colorado. Oh,
Oh, the other thing that was funny was they do a raffle, and so they hand out, you know, raffle stuff. But when the BDRs did their thing, they raffled it off, and they gave memberships, and it was to the two people who had done the most BDRs. And when they announced it, Chris just looked over at me, and I looked at her, and I'm like, no, do not give me that. Like, one, I already have a BDR membership, so I'm not worried about it. But let somebody else have that. I do not need anything else. But yeah, it's like, I don't need that. Oh yeah, the trees are getting bigger. Oh, cool bridge. Such an amazing road, but it's just washboard hell. the road is gorgeous, and then you run into this stuff. Oh, come on. Stop. Alright, I will see you in Prineville. It's going to be raining probably the whole way there, so we're just going to try and get there. Just working my way out of Prineville. Spent 2 days here. There was a giant atmospheric river, hit basically all of western Oregon and Washington. And now for the next couple of days, we're gonna have a heat dome. So it's supposed to be in the 80s today. It's gonna potentially get up to the 90s, which hopefully by then I'll be out of the lowlands and maybe it'll be a little cooler where I'm at. I know I go to dirt at some point. I did look at it on a map, but I basically head down towards Lapine and then continue up into the mountains. I'll cross the Oregon VDR route today, and yeah, just keep on keeping on. Get a sink here in a second. This is fun. Crooked Canyon, or Crooked Creek, Crooked River. Crooked River Parkway, or Crooked River Canyon, something like that. Basically, after the atmospheric river and the heat dome that we're going to have here in a minute, the route should be open. So there won't be anything stopping me from doing it. So it'll just be a late June kind of thing. I'm thinking I'll follow the coast down to Mammoth where it starts and then go back north. I am going to probably try and follow Highway 50 back, and it's closer to the north end than the south end, so which is too bad. It would have been fun to do that with a group of people, but what can you do? Saw my favorite sign, pavement ends. Yep, here it is. Still haven't been able to find anybody with cartridges for the Alpine Stars airbag vest. Obviously I haven't set it off yet, so I'm not too worried about it, but it'd be nice to have a spare set just in case, you know. So far the temperature has been quite pleasant. Dome. Yay! 36 miles to Bend. I don't actually go through Bend. I go kind of around it. So this might actually get sandy. Let's gear down a little bit. Yeah, I would call this sandy. This washboarded. Oh, God. Oh, God, this whole road, too. Just shaking my camera's loose. God. Like, how? God, I can't even read my navigation. I'm shaking so much. Which is funny because it doesn't look like it's washboard at all. It's like soft dirt on top of hard washboard. And so it looks smooth. And then you try and ride it and it just shakes you to pieces. Thank God I don't have to pee. Oh, God. Oh, God. Like, there's no... Oh, my camera broke. Oh, what part broke? Probably the foot. Yep.
A few inches later.
Okay, let's try this some more, I guess. Jeez. Oh. My turn's up here. Hold on, my camera's not right. I might have broken a mount, in which case I gotta take the camera off.
12 seconds later.
Alright, well, so I actually broke the mount right here. No rear facing for a little while. Now that that debacle is handled, let's see if I can make some mileage. I would describe pretty much all of these trails as somewhat sandy. There's definitely areas where it can get quite deep, but most of it's quite pleasant. But yeah, if you hate riding sand, you're not going to have much fun in Oregon.
on some of these whoops. Getting air on a 450-pound bike with full luggage can get a little exciting if you don't do it right. Also got to be a little bit careful with these rocks because everything's volcanic back here, so the rocks can be sharp as hell. That's pretty soft. Okay, looks like I'm turning off onto a trail-ish. Actually less sandy than the road. Yeah, this is pretty loose. I guess it's a snowmobile trail. Whatever. What did they drive down this road? Oh God, it's making my eyeballs shake. Can't tell if those tracks are mountain bikes or motorcycles. Look like, oh God. That might be a problem. I'm gonna walk down and take a look at this because I don't know that goes through. Well, that's not bad. I'm gonna give it a shot. Might not be the best idea, but whatever. I'm here to ride the trail. It's gonna very much just be nice and slow. Tenere skiing. That way, but oh well. Get back over here. Alright, well, that was pretty minor, all things considered. Let's hope this isn't bloody. I don't know what I can get. Let's see, can I get over here? I don't know that it matters. Jeez. Oh, pavement. Okay. And a campground. Yep. This might be interesting. Yeah, that's the thing about the Tat. It goes from easy paved roads to who the hell knows what this is gonna be. And it does it in about 10 feet. 9-10 miles, something like that, to La Pine. So, yeah. Alright. 5 miles to La Pine.
1 hour later.
Alright, got gas in La Pine, had lunch, had an elk burger. That was actually quite good. I'm only about 60 miles from Crater Lake, so I'm definitely going to make it there today. Alright, pavement ends. Sure did. Looks like I got 30 or 40 miles of this. When I actually divert off, I cross a road. And basically instead of, I don't know if I cross cross it or if I turn right on it, but to go to Crater Lake, I go left. This is pretty bad. If you know, if sand really scared you, you'd be having to go pretty slow on this, and it would not be fun. 10 tons, I think I'm safe. Bonk. Staying left, whatever this is. Yeah, that's sandy. I have no complaints about this road being on the trail. It's fun. This is the kind of stuff that I kind of thought or hoped would be on the TAT for most of it. It's unfortunate that it's kind of not this the 95% of the time, but I'll take what I get. I guess there was a group of people, I don't know if they passed me while I was at Giant Loop, probably. But because of the storms, they ended up basically just hardballing it to Port Orford. They would have missed all of this, unfortunately. I cannot express to you how soft this is. It doesn't look like it at all, but I'm just punching straight through to it. Alright, here comes my road. I want to see if this is the right one or not. Choice for a minute, because if you can't tell, it's all powder. Let's go over there. We go. There's not a good line. It's just follow the wheel tracks and hope for the best. That smells amazing. That was a workout. Alright, so I'm going to stop recording for a while, and I'm going to get Crater Lake selected. So I'll see you in a while.
2 hours later.
A lot of snow in the trees. I'm at 6,100 feet. That's the weirdest part about Crater Lake is you can't see it until you're like there. Hello.
Hello.
I have earplugs in, so I'm very deaf.
Alright, cool. And then, what's your name, sir?
Brady, B-R-A-D-Y.
Would you like a map?
No, I'm good, thank you.
You're all set. 7 more miles up to Rim Village and your first viewpoint of the lake.
Yep. Thank you. It's actually still like slightly frozen, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta come in the winter.
Yeah, I see. I met in Walmart.
It's a new word. I never heard these kind of words.
Walnut.
Do you want a picture with both of you?
Oh, yes,
sure.
please.
That'd be great.
I guess all
Thank
three of
you.
you technically.
Yes. Thank you. Good boy. Good boy.
What's his name?
Milo.
Milo. Can you look at me? Hey, look at the stick.
Oh no. It's like, oh, people. There's
I think that actually worked.
Thank you so much.
I don't know that they came out all that well, but at least got them to look. Down here, get gas, and start heading back towards the route. I got 78 miles to get back to the route, and then Canyonville, I think, is gonna be my closest stop. What time is it? Yeah, it's only 3:30, so I really want to stop. It really is just kind of hard to comprehend how damn big it is, because that far bank is like 8 miles. Alright, I will catch you once I'm back on the route. Later.
3 hours later.
Alright, I'm not going to run this for very long, although this is quite pretty. And we're back on the route. And working my way towards Canyonville. It's gonna end up being a long day just because of the diversions for Crater Lake were quite long. I would imagine I will get to Port Orford tomorrow, and that will finish off a tap for me. Alright, I will get up here and I will talk to you later. Alright, we're actually gonna have some dirt. Not really standing because I need to. Standing to stretch out. Would have been a fun road for the Oregon BDR, but they didn't come this far over. This is really pretty back here. Reminds me a lot of the Alley of the Giants and all that stuff. Some of these trees back here are just massive. Also watching for wildlife because it's getting into that time frame. Don't really want to come around the corner and surprise Yogi, but coming around the corner and finding an elk or a deer in the middle of the road wouldn't be the greatest either. Alright, well, it looks like this is going to be paved for quite a while, potentially the entire way, so I'll check in with you later.
So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
I'm sure my battery pack is on. Try not to get a speeding ticket on the last day.
Welcome to the last day of the Trans-America Trail in Azalea, Oregon. I've got roughly 150 miles to Port Orford, and then that's it for the TAT. There's a heat dome expected for the next basically 2 days, so it's going to be warm today. You know, the end of any of these routes or trips is kind of melancholy just because it's over. You know, it's coming to an end. The TAT's been interesting. It's not really what I expected. It hasn't been bad. It just hasn't really been what I expected. I still don't know kind of how to explain the TAT to somebody. But it was definitely a bucket list item. And check. So for now, the plan is work my way down the coast, and then I'll cut over to Mammoth Lakes. Right now, the road through Yosemite is not open yet, so maybe this heat dome will clear some things up in the open road and start the Northern California BDR sometime next week. Supposedly there's a dirt road to my right somewhere, so good luck. And I can't tell if the GPS file is following that or this road, because the GPS file is just off in space, off to my right. This is just full on indoor. Miles to the end of the section. If I'm remembering right, the next section is just under 50 miles. Oh, everything smells so good back here. It is just truly lush, like basically rainforest. Pretty. Pavement ends. Alright. So that was basically 80 miles pavement. This is a fun road. Yes, please. Thank you. Just ride my speeder bike through indoor. As I go out into the sun, I just can feel the heat. Yike. Trees terrifying. Low bridge. That's a road washout. Yike. Okay. Oh. Wee. Did that in third gear. Probably should have been in second. Oh. Hold on. We're holy sh. Oh God, yeah, that whole culvert went. I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna be right on the line. Jeez, okay. Whew. Yeah, that'll get the heart rate up. I'd definitely rather not go back through that. 33.8 miles from the end of the second to last section, and yeah, that's gonna be a problem. I don't know that you could walk a bike through that because it's so narrow. I don't know that you'd be okay to even walk alongside your bike. You kind of have to ride it through. And unfortunately, that's kind of one of those things where if I had tried that and failed miserably, you know, everybody would be sitting there going, well, duh, of course you shouldn't have done it. You know, hindsight is 20/20. Like, I had to try, and I'm pretty confident in my ability to at least ride something like that for all of 8 feet. But yeah, if you screw it up, then all the people are afterwards are like, well, why would you try that? What are you possibly thinking? Yeah, needless to say, this part of the trail doesn't seem to get much traffic. Alpine Stars Adventure started following me. Yeah, don't really have any complaints about the airbag vest. It's definitely warm at times. I talked to the Alpine Stars folks at Giant Loop and actually mentioned the idea of like almost a waffle pattern airbag. And she actually took notes, so I'm wondering if that'll get mentioned to them. That would be
be able to just get a little bit of airflow through the airbag. It doesn't got to be, you know, full mesh or anything like that, but just the ability to get a little bit of air moving through the pattern of the airbag would be great. I kind of think that will be the last of the drama, knock on wood, for the route, but who knows. But honestly, this has been great. This is some of the best riding I've had all trip. It's just hilarious that it's 50 miles from the finish. Lots of sticks hiding in the bushes. That's a tree. Locked just in case I absolutely demolish one of these potholes. Jumped it for the most part. Alright. Pavement.
Eventually. 10:01 p.m. Days later.
I really don't know how, but this is one of the nicest hotel rooms I've stayed in on any trip, and it's also one of the cheapest. This is less expensive than 95% of any of the places I've stayed in. Slept great because I can just sit here and listen to the sounds of the ocean. Did some maintenance on my chain. Figured out where I can go tomorrow to get a GoPro mount, so I'll take care of that. And just kind of hung out. Be back on the road tomorrow, heading south. Should get into California. I'll see redwoods tomorrow. Just kind of working my way to Mammoth Lakes. I really want to go see Yosemite, but I don't want to have to try and do it as an out and back, because that would add like a day. Which, to be honest, I might do it anyway, because it's not like I have a rush. But we'll see. I will talk to you tomorrow. I'm going to have dinner, pack everything back up, and be ready to go in the morning.
Approximately 10 hours later. 146 minutes later. Eventually.
Good afternoon. I guess it's Kinga's joke of how's my hair. I've been here for about an hour. I'm just now finally getting cooled down. I saw temperatures between 51 degrees and 99 degrees today. If I had not been able to lane split, I would have died. I was in traffic basically continuously from the San Francisco Bay Bridge to outside of Stockton. I am in Oakdale, so I got through San Francisco, Oakland, and Stockton today. Got to Oakdale, which is about 100 miles from Yosemite. I'll get there tomorrow. I'll spend most of tomorrow just kind of checking it out. Yeah, that's the plan. I will be on the Northern California BDR probably the day after tomorrow, which will be the 12th, I think. I don't even know what day it is.
We're gonna go see what Northern California off-road has to offer. Should be pretty fun. See what happens.
One eternity later.
It's very hot. It's very, very hot. It's very hot. Hello.
How are ya?
I'm good. I have earplugs in, so I'm super deaf. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you want a map or anything?
What's that?
Map?
No, I'm good. Thank you. At this point, the less stuff in my hands, the better. Have a good day. Welcome to Yosemite, a national park I have never been to before, surprisingly enough. I may not film a whole lot because I've got 20-something miles before I even get like into the valley. But yeah, welcome to Yosemite. It's got some really interesting history to it. So a guy named John Muir, he was a naturalist, photographer, and just all-around mountain man, basically. And he explored a bunch of the western United States and ended up kind of settling in the Yosemite Valley. Not sure the exact time frame, but it was when Theodore Roosevelt was president. And he actually developed a bit of a friendship with Theodore Roosevelt. They I don't know if they started conversing from letters or how that all kind of came about, but they began talking. And at one point, while Roosevelt was still president, he actually came out here and spent like a week backpacking and camping with John Muir. You know, this was pre-Secret Service, this was all of it, so I mean, he literally took a week off from being president. You know, that was basically the idea, was here are these natural spaces that anyone can come enjoy, and they will be preserved as close to natural as possible. And here we go, you know. 150 years later, or whatever it is, I'm riding my motorcycle through Yosemite when they came through on horseback. Really, honestly, the only reason I've never been here is I've just not been kind of through this part of California when the park's been open. You know, the road only opened 2 days ago, so you never know when you're going to be able to get all the way through the park. See it on the 360 because I can't look. I gotta ride